All right. Good morning, everybody. Dr. Hannah Graff, I failed to check your sound, but I do see you there. You're good.
I'm good.
Morning. And I see Lauren and Lindsay. Are you with the I believe it is. Sorry. There you are. Hi, Lauren. Oh, I'm sorry, Lindsay. I didn't realize you were. You will say hi to you in a moment. Thanks, Lauren. All right, folks. Here we are. July. Welcome to our July board meeting. I will begin by acknowledging and respecting the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today, acknowledging this AGM today, which some of our directors are at. I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with the inclusions as noted. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Lockwood. Any additions, changes? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And minutes from the June board meeting. Thank you, Tierney. Second, Woodward. Any corrections? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. CAO, you have some intros?
Yep, through the chair, new introduction this month. James Splinter joins us, replacing Jordan Dupuy in our bylaw enforcement department. It's been a long time coming. We've had some struggles to fill that position, but James brings a lot of experience, and we're looking forward to having him on the board. He's on the road today. He was actually at RAC yesterday. I probably should have introduced him to everybody then as well. And Lindsay Thompson joins us, replacing Ian Briscoe. Lindsay is online. I'm not sure if she can put her camera on briefly to give a quick wave. There she is, and yeah, she joined us in our emergency program department as emergency program coordinator. So welcome to the two of them.
Welcome, Lindsay. You're always one of the staff that we hope not to have to see too much, but grateful to have you. Okay, and now we're ready for our delegation from Lauren at Selkirk. I'm confused with RDI sometimes. And do you have a presentation you'll share from there? Does Angela have it here?
Either way, Angela has it, but I can share it if that's easier.
Probably easier if she advances. Yeah, go ahead, Lauren. If you want to do that, then you can advance it as you need.
Okay, will do.
We have 20 minutes max, including questions. So I'll kind of do this when you're close to the 10-12 minute mark, depending on how much space you have for questions.
Yeah, we plan for about 10 minutes of presentation and then however many.
Okay, and I see Jonathan, are you part of the delegation as well, Jonathan? I see Selkirk College. Okay, great. Over to you.
Okay. So you're seeing my screen? Yeah. Okay, great.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to speak with you today. We wanted to talk to you about a new information tool that we're making available to the community. The risk analysis calculator is unique in that it allows users to access or to assess the likelihood and timing of local climate conditions exceeding a set threshold that matters to your project. So results are helpful for planners, infrastructure managers, farmers, builders, and other professionals who want to design products or programs that can withstand our future climate. So we think this tool is particularly relevant to the work of local government. So we'd like to share a bit about it with the hopes that you'll pass this information on to your staff and other interested parties in the RDCK. So by way of introduction, my name is Lauren Rethray, and I'm joined today by my colleague Jonathan Doyle, and we are both faculty at Selkirk College. So as background, this new tool lives on Columbia Basin Climate Source. It's a project that we manage on behalf of Columbia Basin Trust. The website is intended to be a one-stop source for regionally relevant climate change information. It's been around for a while, but was fully redesigned over the past 2 years to make it more appealing and accessible to non-technical audiences. So our focus audience last year in the first year was on residents. So we introduced some new tools to help kind of the average person understand how climate change could affect our region. And then and the steps that they can take to reduce emissions at home at work. And our focus this year has been more on like technical users and local government. And that's because that we know that many local government services are highly affected by climate change. And I'm sure this is a review for many of you, but as you know, the climate trends in our region of hotter, drier summers, warmer, wetter winters, and more extreme weather affect services ranging from drinking water to facilities to recreation to emergency management. So enter the new tool. Sorry, pardon me, I advanced too far there. The risk analysis calculator. So this tool helps reduce the level of uncertainty that is typically associated with climate change data. That uncertainty can make it really difficult to have the confidence that you need to make decisions. The tool allows users to assess the likelihood specific climate risks that matter to their products or projects or services. So the first way that a user could use the tool is by assessing the probability that climate conditions in your community will exceed a known threshold by a certain date. So for example, you could use the temperature a material in a building project fails at and find out how likely it is that the local hottest temperature will exceed that threshold over the lifetime of a building project. The other thing you can do if you're in the design phase of a project is discover the thresholds that you should design around given your risk tolerance level. So I know it might be hard to understand what those tasks mean in practice, so Jonathan will go over a couple examples in a minute here. It's also important to note that the risk analysis calculator is different from other available climate data tools because it's based on probabilities and risk rather than long-term averages. So in that way, it supports defensible decision making that reflects an organization's specific tolerance for risk. It's also different because we designed it specifically for our region. It's built on a platform that was developed by a West Kootenay company, Climatic Resources Consulting, led by Mel Reasoner, who some of you might know. He lives in our region. And then adapted for Columbia Basin Climate Source by Jonathan and his team. So it's really a made in the Kootenays product. And one of the key pieces of value it offers is that the data are highly localized to our community. So most model data that are out there apply to big blocks of area, for example, 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers square around a community. The current models calculate the averages that apply to the entirety of that square. So, of course, in mountainous regions like ours, we would expect to see variation in temperature patterns over 10 kilometers because alpine areas are a lot cooler than valley bottoms. And we see that really affecting the reliability of the data that we get from those other model products that are out there. So taking a look at the graph that's on the slide here, the black line is observed data, so it's actually measured at a weather station. And then the blue line is the currently modeled data available through those other tools. And you can see that it predicts much lower hottest daytime temperatures than the reality because of that issue we talked about with the mountainous conditions. And so the model data now available on the risk analysis calculator, which is the red line in the graph, has been calculated in such a way that it's much more reflective of real world conditions in Kootenay communities. And so I will now pass it over. Oh, sorry, I have one more slide that I want to cover here. The current version of the tool that's available now on Columbia Basin Climate Source. It includes data for 10 communities, including in the RDCK, Castlegar, Creston, Nakusp, Nelson, and then 3 indicators: hottest daytime temperature, heat warning, and maximum one-day precipitation. Those were some of the indicators that we thought would be most relevant to the work of local governments in our region, which is why we prioritize them for this first iteration of the tool. And so now over to Jonathan for some examples of how the tool can be used in local government.
Thanks, Lauren. Hi, everyone. So, yeah, this if when you go to the website, which we'll provide the link in the notes or somewhere, this is what you'll be confronted with or shown here. And so I'll go over quickly an example that might be relevant to the area, might be relevant actually right now. So we take the climate data that is modeled, and we're able to localize it to our area, and then calculate what are called indicators. And so an indicator, for example, is here in this case, we've selected the heat warning indicator. And so that indicator is a way of representing temperature in a way that's like more relevant to decision making and money. And so in this case, it's, well, how many times has there been 2 or more days in a row where the daytime temperature is above 35? Okay, so we've had 1 so far in my area. And then that the nighttime temperature was above 18. And so these are the criteria that define a heat warning. And so if you have 2 consecutive days like this, that's a heat warning. And so we're able to statistically indicate how often that's happened or statistically predict how often that's going to happen in a given year under a certain circumstance. So you can see the top figure here has a gray line, very low, somewhere between 0 and 2 occurrences. And so this is how often historically we've expected to see the heat warnings to occur. And then the red line from there shows a modeled prediction for what the future could hold for this statistically. So this is an average of 16 models, and each of those models is technically an average of their ensemble. So there's something maybe like 600 model runs in this data. And so you can see that as time progresses, we sort of expect more heat warnings to occur. Okay, so what can we do with that tool, and how is it relevant to decision making? So we might find that I don't know, what all the municipal heat response actions are, but sometimes they might be, like, an example of one might be to set up like cooling tents. They're doing that in some of the towns or cities. And that might take, there's certain costs associated to that. And there's also certain costs associated to putting it up, tearing it down, and having it as non-permanent. So one decision that some places have been making is like, is this something we need to when's that break-even point or that tipping point of this needs to be a permanent installation, or at least more permanent infrastructure around it, rather than just trying to pull it up to save a particularly problematic time, and that's more or less what we're seeing these days. We'll get 1 or 2 weeks where it's a big problem. So when does that cost flip? And so what you can do, is you can set the tool to say, well, if we have 3 occurrences of more than 2 days, 3 separate occurrences of more than 2 days of a heat warning, then that means that, okay, we need to make a different decision, or we need to plan differently, or we need to, spend money in a different way. So we can set the risk threshold to 3, and you can see that if you can actually go forward. Yeah, so you can set the risk threshold to 3, and that's indicated on the top plot in the dashed line. So I have a laser pointer here, that would be helpful. Let's do it this way. And so you have indicator of 3. And so on the bottom figure, what we have, if you want to go forward, Lauren, are 2 quantities that we've calculated. The solid line is the bottom line here, and that's the annual exceedance probability. So that's in 1 year. What's the likelihood for any specifically given year? What's the likelihood of us crossing 3? So if you go forward, so in 2020, for example, 2040, that's, you can see here, that's 6%. So we are expecting that in 2040, there's a 6% chance or 7% chance of us exceeding the 3% probability. Okay, so that's not a huge number. Lauren, you can pop it forward again if you want. In 2060, it's 30%. You can see the top number is 30%, and that's this bottom line here. So we're 30% likely for us to exceed that probability of 3 times per year. So that's relevant, but what's more important to look at is the cumulative probability, and that's this dashed line, because this is just a function of this is how statistics work, but every given year might have a probability. But what's actually important is from our starting year right now, 2026, between now and then 2040, what's the probability of it happening at all? And so the likelihood of it happening between 2026 and 2040 suddenly goes up a lot, and that's 47%. So we're likely to see it this threshold of 3 times being crossed by nearly 50% in the next, I'm very bad at arithmetic, between 2026 and 2040, whatever that number is. And then further to that, you can see if you were to take the cumulative probability between now and 2060, we see that's 98.2% probability. So this is, yeah, a different way of looking at the statistics, but a pretty meaningful way because this is like an actual tangible and realistic thing. So what happens when we're accumulating these probabilities? And so then this is one way the tool can be used, and I do have to, just in the interest of time, go really quickly. But if you progress, Lauren, the other way we can do it, this is a different example, but this is around like temperature thresholds on infrastructure. So like what temperature building like a bridge or a certain metal or asphalt might fail at. Instead, what we can do is flip the question and say, like, what's the likelihood that that in the next 50 years, so by 2076, that we are 5% certain this thing won't happen in cumulative probability. And so if you invert this tool, suddenly you have a design threshold. And we say, if we want to be certain that this threshold will not be crossed by 95% certain or 5% that it will happen, then we can design around 45 degrees. And so this is great because we can give this number to the engineers, and they love these numbers because that's how they assess risk. That's how they put risk thresholds on things. And then they design around that and say, okay, well, we need to make sure our metal won't fatigue, our grounds won't crack up to 45 degrees, and we can be, certain, we can be confident that the thresholds won't be crossed for the next 50 years. And that's the idea behind the tool, and that's as good as we can get for these models.
Good to know you're at 15 minutes, and we do have a couple questions.
Okay, yeah, that's it for us. We just wanted to wrap up by reiterating our request that it would be great to, if the directors could share and managers at the table were able to share the tool with the staff responsible for making climate-affected infrastructure decisions at the RDCK and at member municipalities. And then we're also looking for input because we do have a bit of budget to expand this tool this year. And so if there are other communities that you would like to see involved, we're a little bit restricted on what we can include based on who has good historical data. But if there's other communities you want to see, we'd love to explore that possibility. And if there's other indicators that you would love that are particularly important to the work that you're doing, we'd love to hear about those too. And there's the website, basinclimatesource.ca, and you can navigate to the risk analysis tool. Okay, so I'll close the presentation now and we'll take questions.
Great, thank you so much. So Director, we do have 5 speakers, so I'm gonna ask you to be as concise as you possibly can. So David, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Good to see you again. I view this as a predictor of heat domes. I think that's a really good way to summarize this. Like, when are we going to have the next? How many heat domes are we going to have? Blah blah blah. The question I have for you, Lauren, is how important is it for local government right now to advocate for continued provincial government funding of the local government climate action program, because they are not including it in their future projections, and I know other municipalities are taking action in this. So how important is that for us to do? And are you aware of anything happening on this from your perspective?
Yeah, I think respectfully, thank you for the question. I think in terms of providing direction to the RDCK or providing suggestions to the RDCK in terms of lobbying priorities, that's not really our priority today. We wanted to share the tool. I think the evidence is clear. You can see it all through the tool. And it's not just heat, right? We've also covered rainfall in here, and there's other indicators that we can bring in. Drought is one potentially that might be of interest. I think what the tool makes clear is that there is, and we all know this by now, but this just supports the fact that there's issues that are creeping up and will continue to get more prevalent as the decades roll on. And I think what this tool does more than it just kind of provides some certainty and exact figures that I know this infrastructure managers are looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Jackman.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, interesting presentation. You referred, Lauren, to passing this along to staff. I think you'll find most of the relevant staff are online right now. So they just heard this presentation. There's too many technical parameters here to really appreciate during this kind of introduction, but you made reference to a risk tolerance level, and I just want to highlight, we're being advised by others that we should have a risk tolerance level for floods, for landslides, now for heat response. To me, local governments should not be in the business of trying to plug in those kind of numbers. That's the job of the province. It's a much bigger thing. So whatever connections you have with the province and however this model rolls out, we shouldn't be community by community trying to set different risk tolerance levels. We need guidance by the province, because otherwise we're going to get ourselves into trouble down the road because one community not doing as well as the next. So that's my observation.
No question, just observation.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Cunningham.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. I live in Weimar. Is there any way we can adapt some of this information so that it would be useful in Weimar? I mean, for example, because although we are just a very small community, we have needs that are very different, even from, say, a community 10 kilometers down the road. We get more rain, more snow, hotter days and cooler nights. And can we take the general adaptation for it? Because most of the regional district lives in rural areas. And in order for the data to be useful, it has to be adaptable for our rural areas. Are there any thoughts with regards to that?
Thanks, Director Cunningham. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. And yeah, hear you. Everybody is in a smaller community that's slightly different, microclimate from the next one over. And we can definitely, if that's a priority community, we can look at Weimar and the historical record and see if there is potential to add that to the tool based on what's available. Yeah, just because of that we really need that strong historical record in order to do that localization process that both Jonathan and I talked about. So it really depends on what's out there already from Environment Canada in terms of whether we can adapt this tool to provide Weimar exactly. Jonathan, any other thoughts on that piece?
Yeah, I mean the making the data more high resolution, especially in climatically dynamic areas like ours is a big priority. There are other methods to do it, but in short, technically, yes. If we don't have the exact temperature records, then there are other ways to start to do it, but they require a lot more sophistication. That's something that Mel and I have been working on for a few years as well. So yeah, it's possible and it's clearly a priority.
I think it'd be great, Lauren and Jonathan, or Lauren, if you can send an email to the directors just about how does the community get prioritized some of those needs, and then we would all have the info.
Supplementary chair?
I know we have quite a few speakers left and we're out of time, but they're gonna send you the info.
That's not what
Woodward, go ahead.
Thank you. My question around, thank you very much for this really great tool. It's an excellent tool. My question around this is, from what I'm seeing, this is going to have a massive effect on water supply. So in terms of snowpack and how we deal as a region with how much water we have. Could you comment a little on, is there an ability to relate this to, instead of just hot day, to threats to snowpack?
Snowpack, Jonathan?
Yeah. So the short answer is that the climate models are able, like the ones that we're using at this high resolution, just because of how complicated cloud microphysics is, we're able to have a proxy of how much water is possible to fall. And so we do have to make some assumptions on well, if it's cold, it's snow. If it's not, it's not, that sort of thing. But around the shoulder season, it becomes difficult to know what phase is it actually falling and in which way is it accumulating. And because like I think what this generation of models is not quite capturing, what the next one really will, is what we're seeing where actually the average precipitation over the year isn't exactly changing. It's slowly going up. But what's more important is it's all consolidated into 2 weeks or something. Like the time over which it's falling is different. And you've noticed that if you live in Weimar or anywhere. So I think that the next generation of models, which are set to come out soon or start working on them soon, will capture that particular mechanic. So instead, in the meantime, what we have to do is look at the historical data, look at what our models predict, and figure out a way to make one inform on the other. And so there is research to support that, and we are working on that. And we do currently have our like these climate models being attached to hydrological models. And we're working with to predict like how that would affect like groundwater, flooding, and that sort of thing. It's not embedded in this tool yet, but that's sort of we have lots of stretch goals, and that's one of them.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. So similar to the question I had, which was similar to the water monitoring, we do have a lot of funding that we put into different water monitoring. Given the province doesn't do that anymore, one of the many things the province doesn't do anymore, unfortunately. Combined with that is they are no longer doing the avalanche monitoring. What I'm curious about is how does that affect your research, A, and B, are you able to integrate all of the data that is being collected by the various parties? We have a presentation later today, which is actually our second delegation, but later in the meeting for floodplain management. And so there's a lot of data coming in on our GIS for that. So how are you able to access data from other parties and use that to inform your own or the Selkirk's modeling?
Yeah, it's a good question. Thank you. So I think one thing just quickly, it's not always clear why we need longitudinal scientific data studies sometimes. And this is a great example of why we can't stop measuring things, because like when we do, even though it seems like, oh no, we have a good handle on it, when we go to then use tools like this or try to understand why something has changed and we don't have that longitudinal record, there's nothing we can do. We're blind. And so this tool can be like relies on historical records, all of the climate modeling, and our ability to localize it to smaller communities relies on high quality historical records. So we need those to integrate with that. That being said, for avalanche, no, we haven't started using that data directly. However, that's another direction that we've been thinking about going as far as the in the hydrological sphere, like avalanche and water slide or mudslide, whatever, landslide, is all things that we were interested in working on. We have been doing some projects like at Selkirk, like monitoring snowpack, and then also using LiDAR to look at avalanche, around whitewater and stuff, and that could lead into synthesis in a tool like this for sure.
Thank you so much. Always difficult to end these important conversations. I'm sorry we do have limited time, but thank you for coming today. And perhaps we'll see you at some of the conferences and we can dive in deeper. Thank you for your work.
Thanks very much.
And if you want to stick around for our floodplain management conversation, it might be of interest to you, not sure.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Thanks, Lauren. Thanks, Jonathan. Okay, folks. Yeah, and just to be clear, we do have another delegation that will be a bit more time consuming for good reason. So that is partially why we're really trying to stick to time today. Okay, committees and commissions. All rec committee. Director McFadden, do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, the board directs staff to prepare a draft policy regarding unstaffed indoor fitness recreation facilities.
We have a second. Thank you, Tierney. Discussion. Pretty straightforward. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 3.1.2. These are motions from the commission. We have two other sections of information. We can just go through them if you'd like. I think Director Hanegraaff is the chair of this commission, or is it?
It's actually director or commission.
Okay, whoever would like to move these, go ahead, and or if you would rather have an overview from staff first.
I can do them in-house unless someone needs to.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Number one, that the board approve inviting Scott Builders Incorporated, Smith Brothers and Wilson Construction Incorporated, and Pleasant Top Mass Timber Incorporated to participate in the stage 2 negotiated request for proposal for the Cascara District Arena and Walking Track Project, and authorize staff to issue the NRFP to those proponents subject to final administrative confirmation. And the add furthers as written because there's a whole bunch of them.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Hannah Graf. It's on the floor. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead if you want, Director McFadden with the next one.
Yeah, number 2, the commission recommend the board approve a fulsome public engagement program of up to $45,000 for the Cascara District Arena and Walking Track Project, funded through the reallocation of $12,000 from existing advertising budget in the arena. Cascara Area I and J funded through, Service 222, $15,000 from General Administration, Service 100 for anticipated 2026 surplus, and the remaining $18,000 from the City of Cascara and Area J. Conditional on those, the rest of this and further. There's a lot of it.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Director Lockwood, go
Can
ahead.
I just ask a question that, so if area I is included in the top part, how does, it says area I and area J, Cascara I and J, and then it doesn't get included in the next part? In the 18,000? So there's 3 different ways money is being compiled together in one motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, so Area J is a participant in Service 222, S222, which is
Area.
Area I and J are both participants in 222. So they're providing some of the funding, but Area I is not a participant in the new service, so they're not providing the additional funding. So there's three parts to funding this 45,000. And so it's a bit complicated. We're getting it from 3 buckets. So 222 includes Castlegar, I and J, but J and Castlegar are also providing additional funding on top of that. And areas I and Castlegar are the only 2 participants in the
Jay and Castlegar.
J and Castlegar in their planned service.
Thank you, I'm so sorry for staff.
Yeah. I do have David off. I'll come to minutes. Yeah, go ahead, Director David off.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So it would be no point in asking for Area I to be removed from this because I'd be outvoted at the Rec Commission, so that's why it's there. It doesn't matter what Area I says about this, is that I'd be outvoted at the Rec Commission, so I'm not taking any position on this. Thank you, Chair.
Further discussion on the motion. Lambert.
Just curious, from an outsider looking in, there's a lot of moving parts here, and this seems to be an exercise in building a budget around the development of these assets. So how does one stay on top of where one sits in all these motions and all the money that's moving through? Is there a quick way to get a hold of Yev and say, what is this budget looking like? Where are we at? So on and so forth. Just wondering, speaking for the benefit, the people who are benefiting from this.
So there is a budget there's a report that came last night that was added to the agenda that Yev will speak to that kind of brings all of that together.
Okay.
And that's where there's 3 different spots where this is on the agenda. One is these are commission minutes. So those motions have to come to us. There's also bylaws going forward because they have to create a service. And then the third piece is put together a report outlining how this all comes together, and that will be included in there.
Great.
But do you want to add to that, or Stuart? Sorry.
Yeah, and through the chair, I think I'll just note that the uniqueness of it is because of the cost of the public engagement process. Normally, when we're doing public engagement or on a referendum, we wouldn't come here with a report like this that breaks out all of these different pieces to try to fund it. Normally, we would just fund it through S100 because it's part of the referendum costs, but usually it's not $45,000. So staff and the commission acknowledge the fact that this is a relatively hefty bill. So Area J and Castlegar are putting in their own piece. Some of it's coming from the service, and then there's an amount that is a little bit more reasonable that's requested from general admin. Now you'll see in the motion, general admin and service 222 will receive the funding back should the referendum pass and the service be established.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Director Popov.
I think Stuart basically answered my question when I see, money from Service 100. And I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the third motion in this one.
Yeah, the city of Castlegar and electoral area J provide funding to a maximum of $90,000 for the respective financial sources, conditional on those participants confirming their funding mechanism to undertake the geotechnical assessment required to advance the Castlegar and District Arena and Walking Track project and support the next phase of the project development.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Guess what? I second it.
I hope so. Thank you. Graham, was that a second or a question?
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, I'm just curious what respective financial resources means.
McFadden, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So from, I think both parties, this came to us and we hadn't figured out where those resources were coming from yet. And I can't make decisions, nor can my other counselors at a rec commission for the whole council. So that went to our Monday meeting, which was after our rec commission meeting. So we didn't know at that point. We just knew that they were coming from somewhere. It has been figured out since then, but at that time we didn't know where they were coming from.
And that is the report that was added.
No, through the chair, the Area J funding is coming from a community works application that was approved at RAC yesterday. This motion is more or less moot at this point.
Yes.
Because of council's approval on Monday and then the community works funding application. So yeah, this is kind of redundant.
Confusing.
But I do believe the report identified that was.
Through the chair, the report identifies it for the purposes of the financial plan amendments.
Okay.
So that this funding can be in the proper spot to move forward, but the funding source is the community works application from Area J.
Good, Director Graham. Thank you. Director Davidoff, go ahead. If you can remember not to unmute until we call on you, just because it does cause sound issues, but please go ahead. You're next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted duly noted for the record that in addition to all of this, there's another $280,000 that has been allocated to this project from Service S222 that will not be refunded if the referendum fails. If it passes, then it will, but if the referendum fails, then we're doing another, that 280 is lost. So we're up to almost $500,000 on, I think I calculated 470 or something like that, where the parties here are into this sort of prior to pre-referendum.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ryan Dell, Dr. Jackman, go ahead.
Sure. So these are motions from the commission to the board. I'm gonna read both as is, but there are changes needed in the second one, I think. So the first one, I'll vote for board approve amendment to the 2026 financial plan for rec facility service 209 to decrease repairs and maintenance by 95,000, increase transfer from reserves and increase capital expenditures by those amounts.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Tierney. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, so the second one is the commission recommendation. Maybe my fault, I didn't suggest a timeline, but what the commission has asked that the board direct staff to review the reduction of service for the new recycling tippet bins from 2 days per week to 1 day per week, including consideration of which day would be best to meet community needs, and report back to the commission with recommendations. Current operating hours will be maintained. So I will make that motion if it's seconded.
Second. Thank you, Tierney. Go ahead.
So thanks. So this is a commission motion, so they have a voice to this board. Doesn't make sense. They're making the change now and they picked the date. So I'd like to add the words that we say that staff to review in 6 months the reduction of service. I'd like to add those words as an amendment to what the commission has suggested, because they're just doing it. We have no data.
Let's catch that we've got the words. Well, you moved it, so I think you're doing a friendly amendment to.
Yes, to myself, kind of.
Yeah, okay.
To review in 6 months.
Angela, do you have that? Review in 6 months. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
I hope so.
Okay.
No. I wasn't gonna tease you today.
Oh, come on. Good for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Go. You good? I've got Lily.
Yeah.
Lily, go ahead.
Can I ask for clarification regarding which day meets best the community needs part of that resolution?
If I might. I think Wednesday worked. It worked for staff. It worked for where the other transfer stations that are within reasonable proximity are open. I think Wednesday is the day that they've settled on, so we should just start with that.
That's what we settled on. Sorry, I misunderstood this resolution to need that we review it again.
In 6 months, sorry if I may, Chair.
Yeah, if you need to do it here, if it can go on offline, that's great.
Yeah, we go.
Okay,
That's all right.
as long as it doesn't affect the motion, you guys can work it out.
It does.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, back to Director Jackman for joint resource.
So we had to put a lot of quite a lot of rack as well, so I'm gonna suggest blocking a few of these, but not the first one. First one is all vote impacts the entire area. CK move the board direct staff to initiate landfill gas facilities design and planning for British Columbia in 2027, estimated cost of 50,000 and further as noted.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Weatherhead. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next two are both all vote weighted. I'd like to move them as a block. This is in order to put funding in place prior to going out for Eco Depot RFP. So I'd like to move as per the agenda, items 2 and 3 as a block.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Does anyone need to discuss either one? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next three, I'd like to try and move items 5, 4, 5, and 6 as a block. They are all extensions of the lease or license of occupation for various sites at which we operate. So I'd like to move as per the agenda 4, 5, and 6 as a block.
4, 5, and 6 as a block. Is there a second? Thank you. Do any of them need to be pulled for discussion?
No, did,
Weatherhead, go ahead.
no, did 3 get missed?
Nope. 2 and 3 were a block.
They were blocks.
Okay.
Seconded that, sorry.
No problem. 4, 5, and 6, are we good? All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
It's faster than yesterday.
Sure was. As it should be. Good job. Okay, Forest Landscape Planning Advisory Group. Hopefully anyone that would like to be on this committee has worked out. Jackman, go ahead.
I'd like to recommend Director Vandenberg as a rural representative.
Director Vandenberg, do you accept?
I do.
Okay. Let's start with if there's other rural directors that would like to be nominated. Okay, seeing none, do we have a municipal election for recommendation, Director Woodward?
I need forward
Okay,
for municipal.
they can do their own name. Okay.
Is that okay?
Who did he?
As an alternate, it is a bit tricky because
Oh, right.
Paige is the one that would be reporting to us, so I'm not sure how that works.
I didn't hear the name.
Woodward, he nominated himself.
Well, I don't want to make it complicated. That's too much of a problem.
I think it does make it tricky with an alternate being the appointee.
Well, through the chair, we would just expect Director Woodward to provide a written report on attending meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vandenberg.
Just for clarification, as I reread through all this context and information, it may be that the city of Nelson is already participating.
I think you're correct in that
Oh,
aspect.
that's an interesting point.
Jackman.
Yeah,
Hmm.
so he's not able to attend, but I had thought someone with good experience in geographically low spread is McClure Cope, because he was on the board of NAFCOR, Nicholas Community Forest, NAFCOR, I guess. I don't know if there's a way to ratify or verify something later.
What you could do is you could table this to later and someone could reach out to him to get email confirmation that he's interested. That would be one option, but let's first just address Woodward. I do believe City of Nelson has a position on
Okay,
that.
that's fine.
Okay.
I'm interested in this
And if-
field, but that's fine. That's
okay.
fine.
So in terms of ICU Lockwood, I just want to address that is one option. We would need it in writing from him. So that would be an option. I'll go to Lockwood. Yes. Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you. As the alternate for NACUSP is online, I'm wondering if there is allowed to be an alternate.
Yes.
If alternate Zesnik would like to be a part of it. I can't see.
Director Selznick, would you accept a nomination to be on this committee?
Yes, I would.
There you go. And so as indicated with the previous conversation around an alternate, we would just expect reports back to the RD board if that goes through. You good with that? Director Selznick?
Yes.
Okay. So further nominations, just checking. All right, so we have Vandenberg and Selznick. No others, would someone like to move the motion with those two names appointed? Leatherhead, second Woodward, discussion. Jackman?
If I can, and this is for Kootenay Lake, which is just the beginning of many, many of these. There's others in stream already. So I just want to know that I was looking for the geographic expansion, and Selznick is a great idea because this will become more than Kootenay Lake, and we need those other perspectives in this conversation.
Okay, pop up, is it on the motion or is it on the project?
It's on the motion then, part of the project.
Go ahead.
No, this is for the Kootenay Lake.
Lake Summer Supply.
Now, I'm looking at the Arrow Lakes, but I would support Selznick being in there because eventually we might be looking for employees for the Arrow Lakes Forestry District.
Question, or you're just commenting?
Just a comment.
Okay, great. Weatherhead.
Just a question, and I through the chair to can anyone listen in on these meetings?
That I don't know. They're not our meetings.
They're not yours, right?
This is an external appointment.
Okay. Just curious.
This was actually our request based on when we received the referral out of Rural Affairs. So that's why we're adding this in. They didn't ask us to do this. We're asked to be involved. So the expectation is, as all external committees, whoever's appointed to this reports back to our board, which is why I did want to verify with an alternate that they were going to be able to do that. Vandenberg knows the process. So that is the expectation.
Okay.
And by all means, when you're on an external committee, if it involves other areas, it's great to do that pre-conversation with your colleagues as well. Okay, we good? Did someone move the motion with the two? Yes, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Vandenberg and Selznick. Back to Cascar and Area J Arena and indoor walking track bylaws. Go ahead, whoever would like to do that.
Great. City of Cascar and Area J Arena and indoor walking track construction and asset renewal service establishment bylaw number 3063, 2026 be read a third time by content.
I second it.
Thank you. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And 4.2, this is where the board report from Yeb was added in. We can start with motions and see if there's questions, or is there anything you wanted to speak to first, Yeb?
Through the chair, there's one other bylaw before the report recommendations come in.
Yeah, sorry, they're just all one item.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah, so it's all good. Let's do the bylaw, good call, and then we'll see if there's anything else we want to add. Director McFadden, do you want to do that one?
Sure. The City of Cascar and Area J Arena indoor walking track construction loan authorization bylaw number 3064, 2026 be read a third time by content.
I second it.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, and now yeah, we're into your report and additional motions. Is there anything you wanted to add, or just go with the motions and see if there's questions?
Yeah, just through the chair, what this report basically does is, for the most part, introduces the financial amendments that come out of the previous recommendations that we just went through that were contingent on funding. Area J and the City of Castlegar confirmed their funding, so now we are able to proceed with the financial plan amendments.
Thank you. Who would like to do those motions? Go ahead, McFadden.
Yep. That the board approve an amendment to the 2026 financial plan for Arena Cascar and Area IMJ Service 222 to increase external contributions and contracts as written.
Do a second.
I second it.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead, McFadden.
That the board approve an amendment to the 2026 financial plan for general administration service S100 to increase current year surplus by 15,000 and increase contracted services by 15,000.
I
Thank you.
second it.
Thank you, Hanegraaff. Discussion? Vandenberg, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question. Why is that coming out of S100?
So through the chair, this was related to the second motion. If you go back to 3.1.2, there was the motion talking about the $45,000 public engagement.
Oh, it's in and out.
It's basically a financial plan amendment to address that motion and where the funding is coming from.
Quite confusing, and I'm not even the public.
Yeah. So maybe just clarify that. Why is it coming from S100 to begin with is the question.
So through the chair, if we don't have, so there's two types of referendums. There's a referendum for a service that already exists, and there's a referendum to establish a new service. When we do a referendum to establish a new service, we need to fund the cost of that referendum, polling stations, advertising, etc. That funding, based on the Local Government Act, has to come from general administration service. If the service is established, we pay it back. If the service is not established, general administration has to pay for that funding. In this case, as mentioned before, the $45,000 public engagement is a little bit over and above what we would normally spend on something like that. So only $15,000 is being asked for from general administration. The rest is coming from an amendment to the Service 222 budget and individual funding from the City of Castlegar and Area J.
Good.
So this financial plan amendment puts that $15,000 in general admin in the appropriate place so it can be funded. So the public engagement piece can be funded.
Okay. Director Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question to the CAO. So with the vicious dog bylaw referendum that failed, how much did that cost general admin then for a failed referendum?
Through the chair, I don't have that number offhand. I'd have to look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead, McFadden.
Number 4, that the board approve the revised 10-year budget for Castlegar District Area Arena and Walking Track as presented in the Castlegar and District Arena and Walking Track Procurement for Revision Report presented at the June or July 16th, 2026 board meeting.
Thank you.
I second it.
Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we got one more there.
That the board approve the change in the number of months to 12 from 24 for the item of number of months to exercise the naming rights. Section 8 revision triggers and the naming rights guidelines for the Castlegar District Arena and Walking Track project.
I second it.
Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. REB Comprehensive Land Use Bylaw. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendation. I'd like to read it.
That's okay. Do we have a second? This is for third reading. Thank you. Discussion. Good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, 4.4. We do know there's some. Go ahead, Director Hanegraaff. I know you've already submitted something, so go ahead and then we'll go up to the floor.
Yeah, so I'd like to propose an amendment in Appendix D, Definition 2, Board Workshops, remove orientation and strategic planning. And if I can get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
So, okay, we have that. Can I just clarify procedurally? Can she just move it with that change and then it's not an amendment?
We're doing first and second reading, so that can be changed even after the it's voted on. We're only going to second reading, so the bylaw still can be revised.
But it's not currently an amendment because there's no motion on the floor. It's just moving that change.
Through the chair, correct. I think having something in the minutes indicating that a change was made before first and second reading would be appropriate.
Okay, but moving it as a motion.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Director Hanegraaff, I just need to clarify. So that's a motion. It's not an amendment and we're good. It's on the floor.
Okay, so when the remuneration committee met, we specifically discussed both orientation and strategic planning as events that would attract stipend. So it does not belong, those two items do not belong in the board workshop definition, which ties back to the 6 workshops that will not attract stipend, the first 6. So removing those two just accurately reflects first the past practice around those events and the discussion that was held by the remuneration committee. We have to find a better word.
At least we know it's remuneration now. Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. So motions on the floor. Jacqueline, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question about sort of the process, because I thought when we were looking at a bylaw, we should be looking at the bylaw incorporating the changes as we vote on bylaws. I thought the more appropriate process is we do 2 readings as is, with direction to staff to incorporate a list of items like the one Director Hanegraaff is suggesting. And we see a revised draft coming back either for further revision or move to 3rd reading.
Well, that's why I did ask staff first what the right process was, and I think either way we get a revised draft with those changes.
Yeah, through the chair, you could table this, do 2 readings and then come back to it as a motion to direct staff to make the change. And bring it back for 3rd reading. You could do that, yeah.
But it has the same outcome, does it not?
Well, alternatively, then you could do 1st and 2nd reading as amended.
Jacqueline? We're still making the same change. You're just changing.
Same
the
change. I'm just worried it might be 3 or 4 or 5 months.
Well, let's see.
Carry on, Michelle.
Can you watch the speakers, please? Watch with them, Amber.
So, through the chair, I think that it would be better to actually put it on 1st and 2nd, because then it would come back as redlined. And it would actually show the changes. If we do it this way,
We
it
can
doesn't
still
come
get
back.
them redlined. We can still say what were the additional changes.
Oh, okay.
I don't see how we can't still identify the changes. Yeah,
Okay.
so we do have a motion on the floor, or we go with the process. We will see what those changes were when we get the 3rd reading. Okay.
Can we have the motion?
The motion is that under the definition of board workshops, orientation and strat planning is removed. That's in section, I believe it's under definitions for board workshops. And we're just removing orientation and strat planning so that those are not included as part of the 6 workshops. Okay, I did have Vandenberg. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair for I guess administrative clarity, it might be better to actually show them specifically as being excluded rather than removed. And then if the definition shows them as excluded, then it's it could be more clear.
I think you guys can choose to do that when you bring it back. Vandenberg, go ahead.
All right, thank you. My question is around the clarity of the process and all this. This is the first time I participated in this because it only happens once every 4 years. My understanding is that we put together a competent group of directors to form a remuneration committee.
Dr. Vandenberg, can we finish this motion and then I can come to you on process, or is this going to change the motion?
No, yes.
Okay, it just helps us stay focused on the motion.
Yep.
I do know the last conversations we've had on this have left people confused, so I'm gonna try and stick to the lanes but I will come back to you after this motion
Sure.
and we can talk process.
Yep.
Okay, so on the motion to remove orientation and strat planning from the definition of workshops, good? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Chair, I am recorded opposed.
Recorded opposed, David off. Okay.
Okay.
Vandenberg, back to you on process, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, it is the process that we're involved in here. I had been one of the 6 people who participated in putting input into the remuneration committee. Of the suggestions I put forward, as a matter of fact, none of them made it. But that's fine. At least they had a group of people who were looking at that from a proper vision and vision, some of that nature. So my first question is, what authority did we grant this remuneration committee? Because a month ago, then we as directors can put in motions to actually work around what the remuneration committee work has been doing. And I thought that was quite interesting, unusual, and I don't agree with it. And in fact, those type of things, those three elements, 306, 307, 308, I feel should go back to the remuneration committee for assessment, so that they can have a look at that and bring back their viewpoints on it. And in specific, I will also point out that the motion to increase the municipal stipend from what was at 2/3 down to 50%, that equates to a 23% increase, which I think is a little bit high in terms of, and as a rural director, I get to pay for a portion of that. But I would love to have had the input of the committee to review that and other motions that were put forward a month ago. So I'm a little bit confused as to what we're trying to do through this process. Does the process really matter? I mean, what was the purpose of putting together a committee if all you have to do is just put in motions conveniently after the work that they've done? So I guess I'm a little bit concerned, I guess, to the point about value of a municipal director, which I certainly do not diminish at all. But if it's a monetary increase, perhaps that can be taken back to your local municipality and have that discussion there. As a rural director, the process in which this is tabled that I get to pay for, I'm having a little bit of an issue with. So I'm wondering if these ought to go back to the remuneration committee for their assessment on these new motions that were put forward to us with a couple of days' notice a month ago.
So I'm gonna try and address a couple of things you noted and ask staff to correct me. First of all, when it comes to a committee making recommendations, standard process, once it gets to the board, we can always amend, change, add our own. So that's not outside of process. Is it disrespectful? Could be perceived as so. But we're not outside of process for doing what we did last month. It's just other directors can bring motions forward and disagree with a committee. That's how it works. Procedurally, what you can do if you'd like the remuneration committee to reconsider this is refer this to the remuneration committee and ask them to report back to us at a future date. That is a process you could recommend. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So that would be the option procedurally if you want to get the remuneration committee's comments on that, noting that again, it could be the same process where it gets declined if they make a recommendation or something happens different. So that's your process options.
I think we started out with that understanding and entrusted that group. I would like this to be returned to them and for their consideration and assessment.
Are you referring this bylaw to them then?
I guess that'd be the verbiage I could go with.
Okay, I do have a speaker, so let me just go to them, because once we get to referral, we're not talking the item.
Yeah,
So
I
let's just
second
go
the
to the
referral motion, Chair.
We're not taking it at this very moment. I have a speakers list, so I'm gonna do that first. And then we can go to referral if you would like.
So Chair, I want to challenge the chair, if that's possible, and I will explain why.
I'm giving privilege to the rest of the people that want to speak before we get to referral,
So,
because referral means we're not talking the item. If you want to challenge me, it's a 2/3 vote.
Yeah, Chair. So the challenge is that when there's a referral motion made that is seconded, there's no more discussion because we deal with the referral motion. Procedurally, that's how it works. So you can't, the chair doesn't have the discretion to allow other people to speak. We deal with the referral motion, then we carry on. If that fails, then other people can speak.
So the challenge is to the chair. If you would like to accept the referral motion, please 2/3 and then I cut off the speakers list.
I'm not making the motion.
Vandenberg didn't make the motion.
I thought he made the motion. Sorry, Chair.
Will, but I haven't.
Weatherhead, you're on the speakers list. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. I appreciated that comment being made. You had the same sort of questions about process because this board did not get to debate any of the other input given by other directors, and we don't know necessarily, I'm sure it was maybe stated in the report what some of the recommendations were by other directors. But as a board, we did not get to debate on those because we entrusted the committee to do so. As per what we had set up in the beginning.
Okay. McFadden, go ahead.
Yeah, and I welcome the chair of the committee, of our committee to weigh in too, but since I'm here in the room, I would say that because all these motions came, I agree and take the sentiment of my past two directors that it seems weird to have a committee that you've entrusted and then come back with a whole bunch of motions to change some of that. But in saying that, this is what the whole board already have voted on as a board. So for us to take them away and come back and say, we think something different, chances are the board is still gonna override us if this is what they voted on. So I think we're slowing down the process by sending it back to the committee. Although I take the sentiment and agree with the sentiment that we had some pretty fulsome discussion with the whole entire board on these. But I would hope that next time you actually think through the people you put on that committee and your input and then trust them to do so we don't end up with this process again. But I don't think it's a benefit at this point to send it back to this committee and bring it back since the whole board already voted on these motions. That'd be my perspective. But fellow committee members, if you want to add anything, go right ahead.
I got Popoff, Hanegraaff, and Vandenberg. Go ahead, Popoff.
Yeah, through the chair, I would agree with Director McFadden and the statement that she made. Having sat on a former remuneration committee, we had this issue resolved by the end of March. We're into July, and by the time we go back and forth, elections are coming up. The committee looked at all those, and if you read all the minutes of the committee meetings that they had, they did consider it to a certain degree, but no real explanation was given why they were discarded, were not considered. So I would not support going back and forth.
You would not support the referral, is what you're saying.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Hanegraaff, over to you.
Yeah, I also speak against referral. I mean, it's one of those things. How do you unsee what you already saw? The motions were made at the last meeting. They were amended and voted on and all the rest of it. I mean, part of the struggle this committee had was the fact that we only had input from 6 directors. And so certain items, one person put forward, let's say there was one suggestion that would to follow through on, we made the assessment, the cost to make that change would be prohibitive, sorry. And so the notion was not put forward to the board. That is the legitimate work of the committee, in my view. We get the feedback, we make an assessment, and we decide what to proceed with and what not to proceed with. People didn't like it. Motions were made at the last meeting. From my perspective, it's done. And I have zero interest in revisiting it, because how do you revisit? Like, our work was based on the feedback we got. And then we have a meeting where 20 people weigh in and vote. How do you unsee that? How do you go? You can't turn back the clock on this. And I'm sure if we could, more of you would have given input than those that did. So please don't refer it back to the committee.
Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Yeah, Amber for a second time. So I think that's, to me, where it was disrespectful to the committee, was that the input received was less than half. And so what did the committee have to work with? Essentially, those that then brought them forward, whether they participated in the survey or not, that's where you should have done a survey, and then the committee would have had more to work with, and then it wouldn't have been the board overriding or changing things. So sorry to the committee. When we elect committees to do work for us, please participate in their engagement processes. That's how they do their job. So hearing that, I do have, are you wanting to put your hand up? Just put it up if you do. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Butterhead, and then Vandenberg for a second time.
Thank you.
She was on a different one.
Just my question is, of the committee, were any of those motions that came forward last month or the month before, were any of those inputted to the committee of the 6 directors that did bring forward ideas?
No, if I'm just saying no, because Hannah Graff is shaking her head no.
Okay.
But if you go back to the board report, the board meeting where we got that, all the information the committee received was received in that agenda. So you can go back and see all the results, what was received, how the committee did it. It was quite extensive. Hannah Graff, do you want to further comment on that? Go ahead, and then I will go to Vandenberg.
The motion on the municipal directors, that was never, there was a very general statement around you should look at the municipal director's remuneration. Something that was really, one person said, could you take a look at it without any direction, any sort of rationale for the change. So, and the other 2, as I recall, they we had a discussion and didn't put forward, but maybe someone in the room might have a better memory than I do. I think I'm just erasing it from my memory bank at this point.
I think if you'd like the historical, you can go back to the board meeting and read all the information again. We're here now. So I'm gonna go back to Vandenberg. Vandenberg, back to you.
Great, thank you. To the chair, appreciate the conversation and the feedback, appreciate the work that y'all did on this. I do feel as though by the time that I realized what the motion was, had time to reflect on it and do the calculation on it, I am now a month to today. So I just didn't think that was, William, we do this one time in 4 years. I think it needs to be done right. And I do appreciate that the committee would like to move on, as everybody would. But my motion would be is that we remove the resolution 308-26, which is the municipal stipend. Once again, I don't think it's appropriate to ask for a 23% increase. And then we as rural directors have to pay for that.
Okay, hold on. Procedurally, you can't remove a motion. It's just removing it from, it's making a change. So can you tell me the wording on that? We're not removing a motion.
It was a resolution in the report 308.
Through the chair would be that staff be directed to amend the bylaw to reverse or
remove, delete
the municipal stipend.
Yeah, you could also,
I think it's similar to the previous one.
It might be better through the chair to rescind the motion from last month.
Are you moving rescinding of that motion?
If that pleases the chair.
Well, I just want to get the right process. That's not onerous.
And I want to be correct in the process, but I would want to have that rescinded.
Actually, through the chair, you can't rescind it because staff's already acted on it by amending the bylaw.
So can't you treat it as the same motion where you're removing something?
Yeah, through the chair, you could say that the bylaw be amended to, trying to think of the right word to use, to amend the municipal director stipend to be the same as it was on January 1st, 2026, something like that. That would be enough direction to staff.
Okay.
We know what you're trying to do. We're just getting the right wording.
Okay.
So we'll get the right wording. Is there a second on that? Graham seconds. So the motion at this time is to not include the increase to the municipal stipend as per the current recommendation.
As per the current recommendation.
Yes. Which would move it back to the original formula. Okay, so speakers list.
Careful here. We're on just 2 words so far.
Newell, go ahead.
Could we just get clarification of what the percentage was prior to 50%?
I believe it's about 1/3, yeah.
The chair, I think I would have to do the math, but I think it was closer to about 39.
39% of rural.
That's 23% increase.
Sorry, do you have the answer? I didn't quite hear it.
Through the chair now, I just have to do a quick calculation to confirm.
Yes,
Through the chair, my computer's frozen, I just have to restart it.
okay, Zoom or just your e-scribe?
My full Zoom is fine, it's.
Okay,
39%.
it's 59%
Went from 39.
to 50%.
Thank you.
It's 11% increase. Correct.
Well, 10 over 40, it's 25%, depending on how you calculate it.
That's right.
Yeah, it's 23.
The increase is largely the same.
Or from 40%.
Okay, so we have a lot of people
Thank
talking.
you. Thanks very much for that
Stuart, please.
clarification.
Through the chair, the 29%.
There you go. Okay, we're just gonna wait a moment because Ange does have some technical issues, so we're gonna wait for her to reboot up what she needs to. We do have a motion on the floor. Anybody not clear about the motion? Let's make sure we got the motions clear.
I'm not. Oh, then it revert back. Okay, thank you.
You are clear, okay. Okay, we'll just wait for Ange to be good. And then keep going. Do we have other speakers on the list? Oh, Lockwood, yes, you can go ahead.
Through the chair, can I know what the rural stipend is per month? The current is 4,099.
Should be in the bylaw. It's in the
Is
agenda.
that what the current is? And so what is that going up to?
Only CPI increase.
Okay.
It's not increasing.
Okay. I understand. I totally understand what you're saying. I'm wondering about, should it be maybe tied to population? Because I can tell you that I do a lot of work at this board as a municipal director. That when we sit at this table, I sat for 9 hours going through this agenda and making notes and doing my work. I can't say that for other 19 directors. I do believe that there's a lot of them that do that work, but I don't think everybody does. So how do you pick that out of the crowd? And is it maybe deemed a population of the municipality? It's put to that instead of that it's an amount. So, thought.
Yeah, was that your hand going up? No, okay. I think we changed the way we do it for muni, you have to do it for, and then that really changes a lot of stuff.
Would you have to change it for both? Could it not be tied to munis that way if there's and I understand, because we have some very tiny municipalities. And there is a lot of extra that helps out. I struggle at our own table in Salmo when I have Area G people say that they pay more than Salmo, but they're paying the same per thousand. And I hear that all the time, and I'm like, but we all pay the same per thousand. So is it because one area decided to incorporate or not incorporate? Like, there's a whole bigger conversation, and how much each place, you don't know who's sitting around the table the next time. What are they doing?
Okay, so we have a speakers list. I just need to check back with Anne. You're good? Okay. So on the speakers list, we have Pendergrass, Annenberg, Jackson, Munn, and Paul. Pendergrass, go ahead.
Okay, so based on the feedback we received, it appeared that everyone was satisfied with their remuneration as far as the stipends go. And so that's why the committee did not do anything other than tie increases to the CPI. I have to say that I'm one of those people that kind of got swept up in the discussion last month, and I appreciate that we're now having another discussion with more accurate numbers around the increase. And I'm not in any way saying that I don't want to disparage any of our municipal directors because I know you do good work and hard work. But at some point, that difference was established. It was established for a reason. There wasn't a big push from the municipal directors, only two gave input. So we assumed you were fine with your compensation and conducted ourselves based on that. And I have to say that nobody gets 29% increase these days. It is, I'm going to say it's out of line. And so don't, I don't support it. And I'm speaking not as chair of the committee now, but as a director, how do you justify a 29% increase? I just can't. So thank you.
Vandenberg. Oh, you move the motion. Can I put
Yes.
you at the end? Okay, thank you. Jackman.
Yeah, thanks. Interesting concept, population. Municipalities should already deal with population through their municipal stipend, recognizing the number of people, societies, committees, everybody that's going to be coming forward. If you really wanted to analyze rural reality, I have two colleagues, one with 5,000, one with almost 5,000, double what I have, and I know what the face-to-face is like with population. This is way too messy to start population. You want the job, you want to look after Window Short, this is what you're gonna do. You want to look after Spokane, that's what you gotta deal with. And you gotta keep that fairly simple. Municipal, if you think you're not being paid enough by your municipality because of your population, talk to your council. But we're getting much too complicated, kind of going into the weeds of where I think it goes beyond with this process and reasonably years.
Thank you. Director Lund, can you put me on the list? Thank you. Director Lund, go ahead.
Running out of paper.
You need bigger paper.
Sure, and maybe going a little bit sideways here, but I do want to speak to the point. The municipal directors are directors of this board. In terms of population of the municipality, it's irrelevant when you're talking about shared services with rural areas. So definitely opposed to that. And I've over the years, I've noticed that there seems to be a lack of understanding that municipal directors are directors of this board. We represent the board, we represent the shared services. We are member municipalities of this district. So there's been a muddled understanding of that over the years, and different boards seem to have different understandings of that, and even municipal directors seem to have mixed understandings of that as well. So I'm, from a micro municipality, the compensation, and I spoke to it last month, will never ever be equal to the amount of work that I'm doing, because the taxpayer can't bear it. So I just wanted to make that remark. Totally opposed to population based, and that it's the municipal rural, we're sitting on shared services. We're representing both the board in these conversations, and we're making decisions based on what's best for the board from and through the context of our municipality as well. So just wanted to make that clear point. The other point, in terms of process, hindsight is 2020. I honestly think an external committee likely would have been could provide additional context too. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I'm just going to clarify the motion on the floor, only because, again, there was a lot of confusion with our last conversation. So yes, by all means, comment on the suggestions. The only motion on the floor right now is that we do not move forward with the increase to the municipal stipend. There is no motion regarding population based. I know that's part of the discussion, but just making sure we know what motion we're discussing. Popoff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. as I mentioned before, I did sit on the remuneration committee before, and we looked at stipend increases, et cetera. And at some time, even before, as far as I can remember, to prevent this ad hoc increases to stipends, whether rural or municipal, we decided that we were going to do the CPI increase, and that affects the municipal and the rural. And going forward, that stopped that. The last time stipend was brought up, we went back and said CPI increase, that's it. And what we looked at, the UBCM increases in chair remuneration. And that was the only thing that we looked at. Now, I do realize the municipal directors contribute a lot to this board. And, I really appreciate the work that they do. But what I would like to suggest, and this is no reflection or whatever, maybe possibly in the future, if a municipal increase is considered, then possibly maybe the municipality that's asking for the increase can increase the stipend to that director that sits on the regional district board, because they do more work than any other council person on that municipality. So that would be just a suggestion moving forward, and I would have made that recommendation, but if I knew we were going to end up in this type of situation. Thank you.
McFadden. Great. I just want to start by saying I actually voted down the increase for municipal directors, but I feel the need to speak for my colleague who is not sitting here, who actually brought this forward, that it wasn't tied to nothing. It was brought forward tied to UBCM's work on the province. So the motion didn't come from just out of nowhere. He actually tied it to UBCM's recommendation for regional districts for where municipal directors and rural directors should be, which is why it passed last time. I again still voted it down because I don't think our regional district is the same as other regional districts, but I just thought I'd make sure that since that voice was not here, that it wasn't just an arbitrary number that was thrown out. It was there tied to some very good work that is done for our province.
Thank you, Director. Director Dumas.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. I was wondering if it would be appropriate to delay this to next meeting, just because those people, what it sounds to me is y'all had this discussion once and there was a vote on it. And the people around this table are not all who were a part of that discussion. So I feel uncomfortable voting on the motion without having that fulsome understanding of what's going on. So I'm wondering if delaying it to the next meeting will be appropriate so that the appropriate directors around the table. That's all. That's just opinion.
So process wise, similar to when we did this before, you can refer a motion to the next meeting, but given we still have 5 speakers, my recommendation is we go through those. And then if you would like to refer it, you can, but then I would check back in on the bylaw and the timing, that kind of consideration. So I can circle back to you and see. Okay. Cunningham.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Very interesting. This is exactly the same conversation we went through 30 years ago when we first started it. And the idea of a division in stipend was made by the municipal directors who said, compared to what you rural people have to do, you're doing way more work because we work on the same committees. After all, when the regional district were formed in 1965, the purpose, as the minister said, was number 1, to provide services to rural areas, number 2, to provide coordination of services between municipalities and rural areas. So rural directors work on, first of all, coordination of the services, just like municipal do. But rural area directors also have the extra duties of the single services that they have to take care of. And I think that was the reason why the board way back then decided this is the way to split it. And that was what they decided. And it seems we've come, and we did look at things like population, workload, who works harder, who does, never. That gets way too complicated and we just don't do that. So therefore, what the board decided then was, this is what it was going to be. It was going to be the percent was decided at what, 39% or whatever. And as a comparison to what the rural directors said, and way back then we talked about the consumer price index and tying it to that. And we've been doing that every year since. And then we've looked at it and had, as Director formerly said, was on the previous committee, said, yes, we've looked at it and decided to keep it the same. I think, right at this point, well, I guess the decision is whether we decide to keep it the same or change it. And I think that perhaps that some of the directors at this point would like to change it. But it's interesting that it's a rural director that wants to change it. I haven't heard anything about this from the municipal directors.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Cunningham. Graham, go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair. So in the very start, I was on the remuneration committee. In the very start, we received a report. And the report compared a number of the RDEK, the RDKB, a bunch of others. Guess what? The rural directors of the RDCK are like one of the highest paid by their current levels. They're paid higher than the RDEK, paid higher than the RDKB. RDEK is at 15,506, RDKB 13,517, RDCK 18,648. That's where they currently are. That's why I was opposed to the increase last time. That's why I'm opposed to the increase now, because they're already higher paid than regional districts with similar populations overall.
Okay.
What's it's yours and then talk.
Okay. I will just speak to that. I did support the motion, given I appreciated using UBCM's information regarding what's recommended. I appreciate when entities like UBCM put that information together and it's not just us throwing in ideas. So I did support the motion. The other reason why I supported it is because of the volume of work that I know is going through our board that does involve way more municipalities. We do see them, we invite them to rural affairs more often because there's more things that could affect them. Floodplain bylaws, while it's not directly telling them what to do in their municipality, that information will directly inform what they might do. So the workload is not only increasing on a rural level, it is also increasing on a municipal level. The other reason why I supported it is because I've been here for a few terms and seen who do we attract into this based on the capacity of people to come to this table. And you often have to have some type of background, or sorry, another job to support you being here, which means some of the people I know that have wanted to run financially just can't. And while everybody here is great, when we move forward in local government and attracting people, part of the issue, and rural did get an increase last term to address attracting people that could do so without it being required on either having a retirement plan and or other funding available. So in the interest of attracting people who where this work could be the capacity it requires, I supported the motion, and I really appreciate how much we are asking municipal directors to participate in things that we didn't previously. So I just wanted to make that statement. Population won't get into, but no, thank you. Newell.
Thank you. As Director Popoff stated, I was on the previous remuneration committee. We looked at a lot of issues, equity issues, issues that focus on daycare, maternity leave, and that kind of thing. So we had an in-depth analysis of many issues. And it turns out that the discussion often is a values question as well as a financial question. So this increase will cost $54,000, which is significant amount of money. I don't know what percentage of our total remuneration package this $54,000 would be, what percentage, like 1% increase or 0.5% increase. But even if we were to say, well, they should get an increase, but maybe not that big an increase, then let's say it's $25,000 more. So my thinking is that in my 12 years here, that the value around this table and the directions that have been taken by this board and the RDCK to improve its functionality over the last 12 years, which I've seen, in a large part has been moved by municipal directors who have an experience in a different realm at their council tables and have brought that insight and wisdom to our table. So let's just say we increase it 45%, which is $24,000 to the RDCK. I think it's well worth that. And so for that other 25 to make it the 50%, I think it's not, like, I don't want to say money isn't important, like tax dollars aren't important. I don't want it to come across that way. But we also at the remuneration committee, of which Walter and I were on, acknowledged that people were sacrificing more than the time that they spent here, but what their lost opportunity was in other areas. So for the sake of $54,000, no disrespect to our taxpayers, of which I am one and pay significant property taxes, I think that I would be voting in opposition to any review of this or any referral back. Thank you.
So there's 4 other people to speak. I just want to note we're about 25 minutes into this one motion. It's important, but just keeping us tracked. So we have Lockwood, Hanegraaff for a second time, Dumas, I'm coming back to referral, and of course we have Hanegraaff who opened. So I will go with Hanegraaff and then Lockwood.
Oh, you're probably going to want to shoot me for this one, but here's the problem, listening to Director Cunningham talk about it was established 30 years ago. My experience as a negotiator is that when you have a gap and you add percentage increases, the gap doesn't stay like this. It tends to go, I don't know if you guys can see me on the screen.
I can see, yeah.
The gap widens with percentage increases. And so what may have been a very logical, well thought out difference in remuneration when this started 30 years ago, if percentage increases have been added historically, you have that widening of the gap that happens, and sometimes you need to look at doing something to change that, which is why often negotiators will, rather than do a percentage increase, will do a $2 an hour or something just to bring that back. I know that this is just making things worse, me raising this, but I think maybe the next remuneration committee needs to look at it. I don't know, but it's a factor that happens, and CPI is a percentage increase, but it's something that happens. Just saying.
Lockwood.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Hanegraaff, for going before me, because that's exactly where I was going. Is that I don't agree that we go up $2,050, but I don't agree that the rural directors go up to $4,000. And the reason is municipalities are going up $709. Rural directors are going up $1,642. So if we're going to talk percentages, it's exactly what Director Hanegraaff was talking about, is you do start widening that gap. Is there any opportunity for us to look at this and do that it's only going up, I don't know, $200 a month instead of the percentages? Because you're always going to have that. You're always going to have whoever makes the most is always going to differ. It's always going to separate from the top to the bottom, as we know that in life. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. So if we actually put a dollar amount to it and get rid of the whatever 39% or 29%, whatever it was, because I think that number went all over the place, and actually just put a dollar amount to it, that you're doing $1,341 and you went to $1,541 instead of $2,050. So, and same with the rural directors, that it's a $200 increase instead of a $1,600 increase.
So I just need to clarify, because the only increase that would occur outside of this motion is the CPI annually. And that's what we have in policy, I believe.
Which is a
So
percent.
that would be a different conversation. Can we focus on this motion right now? Because that's changing policy. We're not going to get into that in this moment, but that is a consideration should this motion not go through. Okay. We need to keep going. Dumas, do you want to refer this where you at?
I think from listening to everybody, I have enough information.
Okay. Benenberg, quick close.
Thank you through the chair. I will not be deferring because I respect the comments that have been put around the table today and our timelines. Just want to point out the path of Director Newell appears to check out my books, and I appreciate that. Trying not to minimize, absolutely not minimize, the effort and the need to have our municipal partners at the table. I'm not trying to diminish that by any stretch. I'm talking in terms of transparency and fairness. As a rural director, I look at a couple of our directors who have a huge population. We don't have 4 or 6 colleagues to run things through. We don't have a dedicated CAO. We're on our own. The UBCM comment that I heard they started out at 2/3 yes and it dropped down to 50 based on UBCM. We've had a month and I haven't seen that report. The public can't see that report. So I would like to review that report so that the public can see it too, but it's not in front of us. So I would just close and I don't want to change what the motion is. I'm going to support the motion for what the current ask is. I'm emphasizing that. And I'll leave it at that.
And we're going to go to the vote. Can you please read us the motion?
Yes, so what I have here, I wanted to also double check through the chair that bylaw number 3088 be amended or amend Schedule A to adjust the municipal director's monthly stipend from 1/2 of rural director's monthly stipend back to the base rate as of June 18th, 2026. Is that Stuart? That was prior to the.
Through the chair, January 1st, 2026.
Okay, yeah. CPI suffers. That would be applied regardless at this point. Okay, so that is the motion. All those in favor? I'm gonna need to see your hands. Can you put them up like we're saying hello? 1,
Can we
2,
get the
3.
motion in writing so I can actually read it? Is that okay?
You don't worry.
It's just not gonna do. It's just going back to what it was previously. Okay, that's why I had her read it. So who is in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, online, 8, 9, 10. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we are going to take our morning break. No, because we are 15 minutes past our morning break, and I know Ange needs it. We will come back. All right. So, someone like to move first to the second reading?
As amended,
Yes,
so moved.
thank you. Do we have a second?
Second, where are we?
We are still on item 4.4. We're doing the motion that was in the agenda, which is moving as amended the chair director's alternate remuneration amendment bylaw for first and second reading. So it comes back to us on third. Further discussion. Lockwood?
I hate putting my hand up over this. Is there any way, if we're doing first and second reading, that we can send in Because I just think there's some things that could help in this. But who are we sending any information to, the directors that are?
What kind of change are you looking for? That will
Well,
tell us.
As I said, those numbers are really big in both. And how do we, if when CPI started,
Say what it is you want to
Yeah.
change.
well, that's not
Yes,
these numbers that we've been talking about.
Through the chair, I think send it to Yev, because having talked to you at the break, I think what you're getting into is discussions that probably should have happened at the committee level. And I think to have them here at the board and just bring that up right now, I think it'll be a little bit difficult to explain. So if you send it to Yev, we can bring that suggestion forward as part of the next iteration that comes forward.
And thank you. The unfortunate part of not really understanding the numbers right off the start was it is a bigger conversation, so thanks.
Okay, so send your further input to Yev. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 5.1.1, we have the state of climate action. This is a report received for information. Thank you for your report, Alex. Are there any questions for Alex who is in the room?
Chair.
David, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Just chewing on a piece of cauliflower. My question to staff, through the chair is, how much of the work in this report, associated with this report, comes from LG cap funding? Was supported by LG cap funding.
Your financial outlook in the report indicated, but go ahead, Paris or Alex.
Through the chair, clarification on a question. Are you asking how much of the work, like from all of the updates, was funded by LGCAP, or how much of the work to create the report was funded by LGCAP?
I'll make it simpler, Chair, if that's okay. How important is LGCAP funding to this work that's contained in this report and related work?
Through the chair, extremely important for a lot of the innovative pieces. There's a lot of work that happens through the departments characterized through this report as well. And that's not funded by LGCAP, but a lot of like the feasibility studies and pilots. There.
Okay, thank you,
Very
Chair.
important.
Thank you. Extremely important, I heard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions on the report? Pardon? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Oh, 5.1.2. This is the item we were anticipating to take out most of the day, not most of the day, but a significant amount. So do we have BGC online? There's Chris. Hello, Chris.
Hello.
And do you have other folks with you today? Oh, I see.
Alyssa Cordo will be here as well.
Alyssa. Hi, Alyssa.
Hello.
And Stephanie, do you want to, oh, we don't have the podium up. Who is going to start for us today? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Watson. Before I turn it over to our consulting team for their presentation on the floodplain management bylaw review project, I just wanted to highlight that this is just the beginning. As this project is transitioning to focus on the implementation side of things now that the technical bylaw drafting is complete. Since we have our technical experts here today at our board meeting, staff encourage directors to focus first on any potential technical questions you may have, while we have the engineering professionals available and in the room. Ultimately, this information item seeks to close out our consultants' work on this project and to offer a first look at the draft bylaw. Next steps for RDCK planning will include legal review, followed by referral to all relevant stakeholders, and implementation planning, before staff bring back the draft floodplain management bylaw to the board with an implementation framework for consideration and feedback. And with that, I'll turn it over to our consulting team from BGC Engineering, Alyssa Scordo and Chris Holm, for their final project presentation. Thank you.
Stephanie. Your screen is coming up. I'll let you know when we see it. It went away.
Okay, is that coming through for everyone?
Yes, now it is. You're good to
Yes.
go.
We can see it now. Thank you, Alyssa.
Great. Hello, everyone. I'm Alyssa Scordo. I'm a principal hydrologist with BGC, calling in from the Slocan Valley this morning. Our team really appreciates the opportunity to update the board on the floodplain management bylaw review project, which we first introduced last September and workshopped with this board in April. The project was developed in collaboration with RDCK and the Village of Salmo staff. As Stephanie mentioned, the intent is really to share the results of the review, including the specific updates that we're recommending and what those changes might mean for the regional district and Village of Salmo as the project moves from reporting to implementation. I'm also joined today by my colleague Chris Holm, principal geoscientist with BGC, calling in from Vancouver. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of our planning lead for the project, Tamsin Mills, with PINA Sustainability. She couldn't join us today, but has been instrumental in leading the planning and policy side of this work. I'd like to first turn it over to Chris to provide a bit of background for this work, given his experience leading geohazard-related projects in the regional district over the last 15 years.
Wonderful. Thank you, Alyssa. And through the chair to the directors, it's wonderful to be back again, just 1 month after presenting to council as it was related to the risk tolerance policy work as well. Just as a reminder, there have been 2 projects in parallel that BGC has been undertaking. Work on risk tolerance, which serves to guide the level of safety risk that might be used by qualified professionals to inform a determination of safe for the use intended as part of development permitting processes, and the bylaws themselves, which is the subject of today. As those are all in this room are, of course, very well aware, the regional district of Central Kootenay is subject to a wide range of natural hazards, including geohazards, which are the focus of this project, and other types as well, such as wildfire. We think about geohazards as a reminder as hazards that typically involve a combination of water, rocks, and debris, earth materials, and they range from more on the Clearwater side, floods that occur on the major valley floodplains, to debris floods, which contain a mixture of water and sediment, usually up to around 10% sediment, and then debris flows, which can be the most destructive and resemble about the consistency of wet concrete. These are the various hazard types of focus that we'll be talking about in the floodplain management bylaw. Next slide, Alyssa. Now, as you can imagine, this project has involved a number of different parties, but we'll start with the purpose of the project. The district, like many districts, has long relied on historical floodplain mapping and older sources of information that, in the case of the RDCK, have been significantly updated over the last decade. That includes regional mapping, detailed mapping, and some mitigation planning. That more updated information was not yet reflected in the bylaws. So the purpose of this project aims to modernize the RDCK's and Salmo's floodplain management bylaws by incorporating that recent mapping, and also by updating the hazard terminology and the terminology generally in the documents to reflect the current best practices for geohazards management, which have evolved over the last number of years. These updates help ensure that land use decisions reflect the best available hazard information. That's very important in a changing climate, and they form a foundation for the reduction of community exposure to flood and steep creek hazards through informed development decisions. So the bylaws updates, they further support an integrated approach to land use decision-making in these hazard-prone areas. They're one tool in a toolbox. They're not all tools in a toolbox. to manage risk, but they are a significant one. Next slide there. There were a number of different tasks that have been involved over the course of this project since the beginning. The first of these tasks involved taking a look both within the district as well as outside the district to look at the language, the consistency, and the content of the existing bylaw, as well as best practices elsewhere. What might the RDCK learn, for example, from the more recent updates that have occurred in various jurisdictions around Western Canada and elsewhere? Many stakeholders and other interested parties were involved in this effort. As you can imagine, floodplain bylaws touch on a very large variety of people. That included the public webinars that we held in February and May, First Nations outreach, workshops and conversations and communication with district staff, with yourselves, through council presentations, with the qualified professionals as well that are tasked with implementing this work. That was a very important point. I should emphasize, any bylaw needs to be able to be practically implemented, and qualified professionals in the doing of that work are a big part of that process. A number of municipalities also played a part, as well as community members through the webinars. And the outreach included letters and surveys, included, as I mentioned, the in-person workshop, webinars, and these council presentations. That led to the regulatory mapping and the recommendations that we'll be going through in the subsequent slides here, as well as the final reporting. I'm going to just touch a little bit on the engagement and the key questions before turning it over, I think, back to Alyssa to talk about this a little bit further. So we heard a number of themes through the engagement with various parties that are involved. And these are some of the key themes that we've heard. And when you look at the bylaws and you look at the reporting material, you'll see what we've heard in what we've produced. So the first is, why do this work in the first place? What needs is driving the bylaw updates and what's changing? We'll talk a little bit about that. How will hazard mapping stay credible and maintained over time? That's a key point. Hazards change conditions, exposure changes as well. How can the bylaws stay practical and flexible, as well as risk informed? And risk informed means use of, for example, the risk tolerance policy. How would one deal with exemptions? What are the legal implications? There are a few others as well here that I'll talk through here, but I want to draw a line on this. So we're going to talk about the first part of this. As Stephanie mentioned, we're just partway through here with BGC's final involvement. We'll stick with the needs, the mapping, implementation to start, and some of the other aspects of the work. The subsequent parts here are going to be addressed as part of next steps. That relates to the legal parts, impacts on homes, consistency, expectations for QPs, and communication and implementation support. So tabling those for now and mostly focusing on the first part. Next slide. And I think this is over to you, Alyssa.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks for that background. And just one point as well to make, as we mentioned quite a few times throughout this presentation, just the role of a qualified professional. So in practice, this refers to licensed professional engineers or professional geoscientists with EGBC and with appropriate experience in hazard assessment. So the QP's role is really to evaluate site-specific conditions and where required, certified that development can proceed safely for its intended use. And so this is really consistent with the professional reliance framework that's used throughout BC for geohazard management. So just one point in terms of terminology that when we refer to qualified professional or QP. With that project and context in mind, I'll just move into a little bit about how the current bylaws work and where the main update opportunities are. Both RDCK and SALMO's floodplain management bylaws are key regulatory tools, as Chris mentioned, and used to manage development areas prone to geohazards. RDCK's bylaw dates to 2009 and then was amended in 2019, and SALMO's dates to 1994. In particular, RDCK's bylaw is the primary mechanism for regulating development in hazard-prone areas, and it applies to all rural electoral areas, including areas without zoning. So both important documents for managing flood and steep creek-related hazards in the district. Each jurisdiction uses flood and steep creek hazard mapping, as we mentioned, as one of the objectives of the project was to update the regulatory mapping to include everything that has been learned about hazards since 2019. Both bylaws use flood construction levels and floodplain setbacks to guide safe development. The bylaws establish minimum building elevations and required setbacks, helping ensure that development avoids high-risk areas. The main difference that we found through our review, it relates to hazard terminology. SALMO refers to steep creek hazard areas as alluvial fans, while RDCK uses the term non-standard flood and erosion areas, or NSFEAs. It's a bit of a mouthful. NSFEA is a legacy category in RDCK bylaw that captures a range of watercourses and steep creek fans without clearly distinguishing which hazard process is present. Both terms are currently used to describe hazard areas, but neither clearly communicates the specific hazard types being regulated. The recommended bylaws updates fall into sort of three primary categories. One is around hazard terminology, a second around regulatory mapping, and a third around updates to the regulatory bylaw language. Obviously, these three areas are very connected. Clear hazard terminology helps people understand what hazard is being addressed. Updated regulatory mapping ensures decisions are based on current information. Currently, RDCK's public web map is the main place property owners can go to see what hazards apply to a given area. And updated bylaw language helps staff and applicants interpret and apply regulations consistently. So the three really go together. Our first recommendation is to update the hazard terminology in the bylaw. Right now, terms like NSFEAs are used as catch-all labels that don't clearly communicate the type of hazard specifically being addressed. For flood hazards, we're suggesting to have no change to that terminology, as floodplain is well understood and would continue to be used for interpreting Clearwater, riverine, and lakeshore flood hazards. For areas subject to erosion, we're recommending replacing NSFEAs with bank erosion and avulsion hazard, which applies to locations where channels are at risk of migrating. So avulsions refers to the relocation of a channel to a new area within the floodplain or alluvial fan. For steep creeks, we're recommending using the term steep creek hazard to describe areas that are subject to debris flow and debris floods on alluvial fans. This single term would replace NSFEA in the RDCK bylaw and alluvial fans in SALMO's bylaw. The objective of this change is relatively straightforward to help those interpreting the bylaw to clearly understand which hazards apply to which areas. The second recommendation is to incorporate the most recent hazard mapping into the bylaws and the related schedules. Both bylaws reference hazard studies that are out of date. And so we were recommending that we update the information with the latest flood, steep creek, bank erosion, and avulsion mapping. Since 2019, RDCK has invested in a coordinated program to identify, assess, and map flood and steep creek hazards across the region. This has resulted in detailed studies for 6 floodplains and 10 alluvial fans. And member municipalities such as City of Nelson, Silverton, and New Denver have added further studies for detailed studies for alluvial fans, which we'll go through in a little bit more detail. All of the available spatial data has been compiled into an ArcGIS database, formatted for bylaw integration and public-facing mapping. And so this is one of the deliverables of the project that has been provided to RDCK and will be, as part of the implementation, integrated into the public web map. For floodplains, the RDCK is in a really unique position because detailed mapping is available for several key waterways. As mentioned, the previous studies in 2019 and 2020 provides flood construction levels for the Salmo River, Slocan, Goat River, Crawford Creek, Burton Creek, and Caslow River. These detailed studies give us information about mapped flood extents, flood construction levels, and setback information that can be used to incorporate it directly into the regulatory framework. Bank erosion and avulsion are different. They currently have only boundary level mapping or screening level mapping. So we know that general hazard extents, but not finer details. The difference matters because the depth of mapping really drives what the bylaw can require. Where detailed mapping exists, the bylaw can set specific requirements, and where only boundary or screening level mapping exists, it needs to preserve flexibility for site-specific professional assessments. And it's worth emphasizing that mapping is never a guarantee of exactly where a hazard does or doesn't exist. So the bylaw also needs to let staff request professional input where uncertainty remains. This slide gives an example of how the bylaw workflow could operate for a flood hazard point. The starting point is really the type of mapping that's available, and the workflow would move between how the mapping and terminology, applicable specifications related to flood construction levels and setbacks, and finally to the potential for site-specific exemptions where appropriate. Where an applicant seeks a site-specific exemption from the floodplain bylaw, the Local Government Act requires a report from a QP or qualified professional certifying that land be used safely for the use intended. Separately, the community charter provides authority for the building official to require professional reporting where needed to address potential hazards. Together, these regulations require a professional reliance framework to support site-specific decision making. And as noted here, the safer the use intended requirement could be connected to a potential risk tolerance criteria to inform QPs on how to assess safe for the use intended. I'll turn it back to Chris to walk through some of the Steep Creek hazard information that we currently have and how this information will be incorporated into the bylaw.
Thanks, Alyssa. As we've alluded to, the RDCK is in a relatively fortunate position, having undertaken such substantial hazard mapping over the last decade. And that's particularly true for the Steep Creeks. It's unique. I actually can't think of another jurisdiction in British Columbia other than the District of North Vancouver that has such abundance of detailed alluvial fan hazard mapping, in this case for 10 different areas as part of BGC's work, as well as some other studies that have also been underway. This is an example of a Steep Creek hazard area map. It's a little different than what you would see for a flood construction level map for a floodplain, because it delineates zones as opposed to elevations that are shown by contour lines. And you can see these areas, such as the yellow zones here, which are the areas of low or very low hazard level, and then into the oranges and reds, which represent areas where there's more likely and more destructive hazards, and therefore a higher hazard level. Maybe go to the next slide, and I'll talk about some of the differences between these and the other maps. So as it mentioned here, you see hazard zones. These hazard zones are limited to areas where detailed alluvial fan hazard mapping has been undertaken according to professional practice standards. They include the very high and high hazard zones where there's a higher chance of more destructive flows, the low and very low hazard areas where we're talking about shallower flows, slower flows, and less likely flows, and then moderate, which is somewhere in the middle. You also notice a few other details here, including areas of deposition where you might see sedimentation, and a dotted line, usually set back from the creek, which indicates areas that might be subject to bank erosion, which is a different hazard type, as we've mentioned, that requires a different form of assessment. Next slide. So here on this slide, we're looking at two different levels of detail of mapping. On the right, we have the detailed mapping, and on the left, we have an example of the older NSFEA mappings with some of the ratings within the mapping. A key requirement for hazard mapping under professional practice guidelines is that the level of detail of mapping support the level of decision that's needed. So, for example, a lower level of detailed mapping might be needed to satisfy requirements for emergency response compared to a development permitting decision that could be in place for many, many decades. In the case of the NSFEA ratings that you would have seen in the older bylaws, this rating system no longer meets professional practice requirements and at a level of detail that can be defensible as part of a permitting process. So in this example here, we've actually backed a little bit further away from some of the subzone designations and requirements under the NSFEA. And generally speaking, on fans that lack detailed mapping, a safe release intended or qualified professional assessment is likely to be required across an alluvial fan. In the case of detailed mapping, which does meet professional practice standards for different kinds of requirements and different levels of hazard areas, we've split it into two different areas. So should there be a development proposed in an area with moderate to very high hazard level, this would be a case where a site-specific report would be required by a qualified professional. In areas where detailed mapping is and identified that the hazard levels are low or very low, site-specific report is not required for development if minimum flood construction level and floodplain setbacks are applied. So in this case, the existence of the more detailed mapping is reducing the burden on proponents by differentiating between areas that really need another assessment and those that might not. Next slide. Now, it's also important to note that this isn't the last time that new assessments are going to be done. Further assessments are going to be occurring over time. Professional practice will change over time, and we will see the emergence of new hazard information. So, for example, we see the NSFEA rating of G on the left side there, assuming alluvial fan boundary on Johnson's Landing. And I think there might be a council agenda item actually on this topic for later on. This is also an area, and we've used this as an example of where there is additional work. It's a little older now, but there is more detailed hazard zonation for this area, which will inform work by qualified professionals and help them through a more advanced starting point on which they might build their work. In other words, to determine if a site is safe for the use intended. So new mapping, more detailed mapping will over time supersede older mapping and less detailed mapping. I think that's it, Alyssa, right? Now it's over to you.
Yeah, I'll just go through a few of the recommended changes to the bylaw regulatory language. Within the staff report, there is a draft of the bylaw for RDCK. One of the things that we are updating within the bylaw language is to modernize the legal and technical references, updating particularly the definitions and the legislation that is referenced in the bylaw. We are also recommending to consolidate the hazard mapping into a single schedule. This is to help to simplify administration and public interpretation. As mentioned, some changes to the terminology that we're recommending and updating the flood construction levels and floodplain setback tables to reflect the new mapping that is available. We also, through the engagement process, received feedback on the language in the current bylaw and have recommended opportunities to clarify language and exemption sections that have caused some interpretation issues from RDCK staff in the past. A full draft bylaw has been provided to replace the current bylaw and includes recommended language for each of the bylaw section. I'll go through a few examples of how the bylaw language might be changing. For example, we've provided updated bylaw definitions, and this is intended to modernize the definitions using consistent terminology informed by hazard mapping and provincial guidance. So for example, the proposed change to the definition for habitable area is a revision that was suggested by RDCK staff through engagement. And then also adding definitions that weren't currently in the bylaw. So for example, what is the definition of accessory building or structure? We've also provided examples of changes to existing language, particularly how floodplains are designated. And so this links back to the terminology updates that we're recommending. And then language as well around site-specific exemptions. So here's another example of how the language would be changed, and this would improve to align with the rest of the update bylaw and reference particularly the district standard terms of reference for QPs. And so these examples are detailed in the appendix of our final report. And so we've detailed how the existing language and might be changed within the bylaw updated. Again, here's another example of where we've changed the example or the exemptions language as well. And this is meant to clarify exemptions to support consistent implementation and confirm which floodplain setbacks apply. And so it's a bit of a process with the language to really go through and make subtle and small changes that can help with interpretation and also to help clarify language for QPs and residents that are applying the bylaw. To summarize, the key recommendations are really around standardizing hazard terminology, updating the hazard mapping that is referenced in the bylaw, working to incorporate the most recent hazard mapping on RDCK's public web map to better reflect current conditions, and review regulatory bylaw language drafted to replace RDCK's current floodplain management bylaw. I'll move over to the summary here. In terms of next steps, as we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this is not the final step in implementing this work. It is really intended to summarize the technical and policy recommendations that will support the next phase of implementation that'll be led by RDCK staff, including legal review of the draft bylaw, further feedback, communications, and review from key stakeholders and internal staff, and formal bylaw reading to final bylaw readings, and that have been completed and reviewed. We just would then want to thank everyone for the opportunity to present this work. We'd especially like to thank the time, input, and collaboration provided by RDCK staff and SALMO staff, all of the stakeholders and community members throughout the project. We welcome any questions and feedback back, particularly on the implementation considerations and next steps to help to support the floodplain management bylaw framework for RDCK and STELMO. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We do have a few questions, but we're on the list. And David off. If you guys don't mind taking your screen down, it helps see who has questions. Okay, great, thank you. We have Jackman, Graham, Woodward, and David off so far. Go ahead, Dr. Document.
Yeah, thanks very much through the chair. Yeah, better mapping, absolutely, we gotta have. have some questions on what we might see transitioning from, say, the old non-standard flood erosion area to the better mapping with these levels of detail, like you said, very high through very low categorizations. A lot of lots within the regional district aren't really, it's not so much an issue of setback, it's an issue of very broad spans where there could have been 3 or 4 avulsions, historical creek paths that are subject to clear water overland flows. And under the older system, we'd have ones designated, say, as a E. And there were guidelines so that as a designer, you could say you can have a minimum depth to the bottom of the foundation for scour protection from the undisturbed ground level, or you can have a minimum freeboard above undisturbed ground level for flood protection, say the basement level floor daylight basements. Do you envisage you will still have that kind of prescriptive guideline for designers in the lower risk areas where a little more attention is needed than just the average lot, not anywhere near a water flow? And added to that, I found in the past some of our building inspection staff have struggled because they might see a lower risk and the designer might say, we're going to do this. And if they're uncomfortable, what the act says is that they can still require geotechnical, which is a subjectively imposed burden on landowners who will suddenly find they need another $20,000 or more, not just for the investigation, but for additional works. How do you square that? Are you going to have sort of a default minimum recommendations that will give our staff more confidence that they don't need to go to that local government act clause and say, I'm nervous, you're going to have to spend more money?
Yeah, great question. I guess I could try and answer just in terms of the technical pieces that are included within the bylaw in steep creek hazard areas. We are trying to provide additional clarifications for areas that are within low and very low hazard areas based on the detailed mapping. And in the bylaw, we've included the recommendation for a minimum elevation of 1 meter above surrounding finished grade around the perimeter of the building, unless a higher flood construction level is identified by the Schedule B, which is the detailed mapping. And then also provided a recommendation for a floodplain setback of 30 meters. And so if the development can meet the requirements for the minimum FCL and minimum floodplain setback, then they wouldn't be required to provide a site-specific exemption report. It would be if there's a request for a deviation from those minimum FCLs and floodplain setbacks.
I have many more questions, but yeah, you got a list, carry on.
Okay, Director Graham, go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. So I noticed as I was following the attached presentation to the e-scribe that page 15 and 16 were missing from what we saw on the presentation to what I had in my e-scribe. So if we could get that updated, that would be ideal. But my question, I guess, is actually to staff. And at what point does this go to the area planning and heritage committees who actually work with this bylaw as they're going along?
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you. Through Chair Watson to Director Graham. As we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation on this item here today, the next phase as we transition from the technical piece and work being done or completed will be coming up with that implementation framework. And so part of that will be how are we communicating out to impacted property owners? How does this impact them? What type of communication would be helpful? And part of that would also include the more formal bylaw referral process, and we can circulate that out to advisory planning and heritage commissions as part of that review so that each APHD could provide feedback on the draft bylaw.
So to supplement those, I mean, would somebody from staff come to make a presentation to the APHC? Because normally that doesn't happen. Like, could it happen?
Through the chair to Director Graham, it certainly could happen.
Thank you.
Director Woodward.
Thank you, Chair. My question was around risk elevation, considering we just looked at where was that? Sorry. That was the climate piece before the Selkirk piece. was as you're or basically I'm asking is flood risk increasing over time noticeably, or is this more stabilized than say some of the information we got in the Selkirk climate change report?
Maybe just I'll start on that one through the chair, and Alyssa, maybe you can add on that because it raises an important and interesting question. From an emergency management perspective and for response, typically one might be interested in what's happening right now. And then from a planning perspective, where the decisions may stand for decades, one is more interested in what might be happening over the decades to come. So when you take a look at these maps, that's important distinguishing, and it comes back at the details to how they were created in the first place. So if you look at the detailed floodplain maps, you will see that there was an adjustment made to the flows to account for climate change effects as part of the preparation for the mapping. So there is a climate change element essentially baked into the mapping that provides a buffer for development permitting decisions to be made that can at least somewhat stand the test of time. Doesn't mean that these maps don't need to be updated in future, they will be, but there is a buffer built in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Director Davidoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I thought I heard Lisa say that you're interested in our questions on implementation or not. Because I don't want to ask something that we shouldn't be dealing with right now. Alyssa, did you invite us to raise those concerns?
I think you can go ahead, Director Davidoff. We'll sort out where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just going through the process of renewing our house insurance. Got a call yesterday. And I found out we were lucky because there are hundreds of properties that a certain insurance company refuses to underwrite anymore because of high wildfire risk. And I says, well, what are those homeowners doing? And they said they're going to other companies, and some of those companies are underwriting at a much increased premium. But the company that we're dealing with, Family Insurance, if you're in a high risk wildfire mapping area, they refuse to underwrite. And that was a shocker for me to hear yesterday. So when we're looking at this mapping, is this something that we will be addressing with staff, or will the consultants be addressing these types of implications where you have someone who's in, for example, in the dark red zone or the red zone areas when it comes to underwriting? And this is a very interesting area for me. And who's driving that? Is it Fire Underwriter Survey that's recommending to the insurance companies not to underwrite, and some insurance companies still proceed by increasing the premiums by 30 or 40%? And all know how expensive our home insurance is now. So the key thing, we're looking at a huge hit per year for many of our constituents in these high risk, high hazard areas. And I was shocked that they told me yesterday. I said, how many? Hundreds of families, Family Insurance refuses to underwrite.
Pat has a response for you here, and then we'll go to the consultants.
Yeah.
Corey, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Director Davidoff. I guess I'll preface the response by saying that this is something that we're keenly aware of from previous feedback from all of the engagement work done throughout the project. So we'll be doing a more detailed analysis of the number and impacts to properties in high and very high hazard areas. One thing that I have learned in doing some research through legal bulletins is following the 2022 atmospheric rivers. I'm not sure if it was the province or at least a legal firm down in Vancouver. They looked into this with insurance providers and found that insurance coverage is still available for properties in high hazard areas. The premium goes up, however. And in reviewing the draft bylaw and piloting it, so taking it and applying it to different cases throughout the regional district, what we've found is that where the detailed mapping exists, there are very, very few instances where structures exist in high and very high hazard areas. So at this level, at this stage, we just have a very cursory level understanding of that. But as we move forward to implementation, we'll have a much more detailed understanding of how many properties could potentially get impacted.
Supplemental, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, is it possible to contact our local insurance agencies and find out what instructions they're receiving from different underwriters? I mean, it's just a couple phone calls.
Through the chair to Director Davidoff, we can certainly make those calls and go from there as part of the implementation piece.
Thank you. I think that would be really important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Vandenberg.
Oh, thank you, through the chair. So I think my question is going to be directed towards staff, if I may. The bylaw draft of 3085 is, I think it's going to be replacing 2080, which was amended in 2019. If I read the report correctly. The question around that is, will we at some point in time see a red line version so we can see the differences between the old and the new? And in particular, I'm interested in that which resides in the draft Schedule C, the floodplain table. It's be interesting to see how that may have changed, because there is the majority appears to be setbacks of 30 meters from a lot of the water bodies. And so I just want to see kind of where that is in relation. And then if I may.
Let's get that answer and then we'll come back to you. We'll go to your second. Go ahead, Corey.
Through the chair to Director Vandenberg, yes, we can provide a red line version of the law. That would be helpful for directors to see. And I will note that as part of the final summary report, there is an appendix that has a table in it that outlines some of those changes. So it's not quite the same format that a red line bylaw would be, but it contains similar content.
I see in the report that there's a lot of examples of bylaw, red line bylaw changes. So that's what prompted me to ask for that. The second,
your second, yeah. Sorry.
yes, the second is very quick. Todd tried to assist me, but what does the 2020 NDMP studies, what is NDMP? And is that available is my question. I'd like to see specifically a river in my backyard and what that would suggest. It sounds good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair to Director Vandenberg, NDMP, it stands for National Disaster Mitigation Program. So it was a federal grant funding stream for detailed hazard mapping that the RDCK applied for in 2018, I believe. The outcome of that study was, there were many outcomes of that study. All of the reports associated with that are listed on our website, and I can circulate that that link to you as well, so you can see the studies.
Thank you.
Director Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through the chair is Director David brought up a very valid point about insurance underwriters. And what I'm looking at is, as a result of this study that Jay went through, the impact to existing homes that are already in the floodplain that were not addressed earlier. And I presume you're going to get back to us to let us know what the insurance underwriters are looking at coverage for insurance and for those properties.
I don't think the request was property specific. It's in general. Yeah. We couldn't ask about specific properties.
Yeah, in general would help.
Yes. Staff are nodding yes. Yeah, I'm just gonna check in. Chris or Elisa? I just was making sure if there's anything you want to add to the discussion, please just interject. Director Jackman has more questions. So those that are waiting for public time, we are gonna go past it a little bit. We're just gonna allow, because this is our last presentation from these folks. So I wanna make sure we get that time in. No one, sorry, Lockwood before you. Go ahead, Lockwood.
Sorry, very quickly, as a uni here. Just for my fellow guy.
He's smiling.
And Salmo is part of this. What I don't see a lot of is about Erie Creek that goes right through Salmo. Salmo River does not hit our boundaries. So I'm just wondering, I know this is gonna be presented to Salmo because we're part of it. I'm just wondering if there's gonna be some more information about. If we are gonna see more information about actually Erie Creek that goes right through Salmo and not the Salmo River.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. We do, as part of this study, incorporate the more recent floodplain mapping for Erie Creek. That was done as part of the NDMP program that the final report included Salmo River and Erie Creek. And so part of this is that we were comparing just the changes in terms of flood construction levels between the 2019 study and the historical floodplain mapping that was previously done. And so we've been doing that as part of this review. So that is included in some of the work that we're doing. But that updated mapping would be part of the regulatory deliverable.
Thank you.
Okay, Jackman for a second time.
Okay, thanks. So the chair encouraged me to ask my supplementals now because I won't get another crack at it, right? Maybe. So I just, on the understanding that we have from the Salmo Erie Creek situation where it's a massively, relatively flat area to hundreds and hundreds of properties that are on sloping land, anywhere from gently sloping to significant slopes, built lots of houses on, 30-degree slopes. So I'm still a little concerned about that we provide guidance that's a little more specific. First, I can't see how you wouldn't want to try to address scour, minimum depth to foundation. Yesterday's rainstorm, cloudburst in Nelson, if you're on anything like 10-degree slope or steeper, I'd be worried about scouring, especially if there's any ground disturbance. Like, to me, in the low risk ones, that's still something to really consider because you don't know when the water's going to jump somewhere else. Because we have these interesting gullies that are the source of concentrated flow from the mountains and 2 or 3 emulsions historically, we have a lot of huge wide fans and they have dozens and dozens of properties. So being 30 meters outside of that, say, that's just, there's a huge number of properties which are probably only ever going to be subjected to low flow or moderate flow overland clear water flows. To require 1 meter depth for everybody, that just doesn't make sense. You'd have to have a massive debris flow, mud and woody debris, to even begin to start to back water up anywhere near a meter. So there has to be something in between, not just a meter. When you create a meter drop off from, say, a daylight basement, you totally change the use and enjoyment of that land. The 1 meter drop is isolated stairs and railings. It's a totally different enjoyment of the land. So 1 meter to me is too harsh. So, a 30-meter setback on a lot of these properties, they're going to be impacted by the new bylaw. They're going to be maybe impacted by what might not seem unreasonable, but will be more harsh requirements. Or they pay you the $20,000, $30,000 for a site-specific review. So I hope you'll be a little more granular in thinking about the types of properties and how they could possibly get a 1 meter depth of flow. And create another exemption or general guideline like we have in the old NSFPA to let a designer proceed and give the landowner a little bit of a break because the risk just isn't there for some of these lots.
I can take that through the chair if you like and respond to a couple of those points through the director. Maybe firstly to start off, I'll tackle the comment regarding slopes is distinct from alluvial fans and floodplains. Typically within this work and elsewhere in other jurisdictions, we think about the floodplains and the alluvial fans, the steep creek subject to debris floods and debris flows, as distinct from the slopes, the open slopes where other hazards such as landslides may occur. Those are certainly another hazard, and they may be dealt with through bylaw, oftentimes as development permit areas, for example, in areas where mapping indicates that landslide susceptible terrain exists, and areas might be of interest to require a safe for the use intended type assessment. So warranted, but just not part of this study. That would be a different project to undertake slope hazard assessment and bring that into a bylaw. As for the questions around flood construction levels on fence and the heights and whatnot, one point of distinction in this bylaw and others is the difference between prescriptive requirements that say you must build, for example, to a certain level, compared to a requirement to undertake further work, which would be to bring in a qualified professional to determine what might be safe for the use intended. For a prescriptive type requirement, like a flood construction level, you really need a level of hazard mapping that's a sufficient level of detail to be confident in your prescription. And in the case of the detailed regulatory floodplain maps, we have that in areas where they're less certain, which is frankly alluvial fens, where events may often occur perhaps once every few decades. Prescriptive requirements may be relatively conservative. That conservatism relates to uncertainty. There's a tension there, as you'd mentioned, between a need for conservatism and the burden that is placed on homeowners to require further work. For the current mapping, we've followed the professional practice guidelines to provide recommendations that reflect the level of detail of mapping that's supportable for decision making. And that is the primary reason for the types of mapping you see and the flood construction levels that you see in these documents.
And as to clarify, we may see a difference between the prescriptive flood levels based on the detail of mapping that you have from creek to creek. It's not going to all be 1 meter.
Is that correct, Chris?
I could take that, but I think Alyssa, you'd be well positioned to comment on that one if you'd like.
Sorry, could you just clarify the question? Is the prescription going to change from creek to creek?
Yes, based on the level of detail of mapping available for that creek, which will save, it's a global approach as opposed to every landowner having the burden of that additional review. Will there be different prescriptions based on different level of detailed mapping, which gives you that confidence that you don't have to be overly conservative and say you need a 1 meter differential?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for clarifying. Yes, the intent is that the 1 meter minimum elevation for low hazard areas is consistent across areas that have that detail of mapping, and that minimum is based on the provincial guidelines. And where we have varied, the requirements would be in the setback, and that is based on the detailed mapping. So in the work that Chris had showed, for the detailed mapping, we have areas where we've mapped the credible zones for bank erosion. And so the floodplain setbacks that you see for each of the creeks will vary depending on the site-specific reports that have been provided as part of the detailed mapping. So that won't be consistent from creek to creek, but the minimum elevation is the requirement for low hazard areas.
We are out of time. Thank you so much, Chris and Elisa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to see you again. I know we've seen you over the year. Anything else from staff at this time? We'll see more in the future. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So right before public time, I do have another announcement I'd like to, I don't want to make this, but I will. We do have a staff member that passed away a couple weeks ago, Wayne Pawpaw. Commenced as an RDCK employee in 2023. He was originally hired as a casual class 3 driver. Expanded his work to include working as a casual site attendant at Groman as well as Central Compost. He was acting at Central while the operator was on vacation when he unfortunately passed away on the evening of July 2nd. So I'd like to ask that we take a moment of silence and honor Wayne. Thank you, directors. Condolences to his family. Big jumps here between things. Now we will go to public time. We do have 2 members of the public in the room, so I will ask if you would like to ask a question. We'll start with you, Mike. Come on up.
First, yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Casper. I live in Slocan Park. I'm very nervous today, which tells you that I really needed to do this. So I want to make 3 brief points about land acknowledgements at the RDCK board meetings and committee meetings. Number 1, they're very divisive in the community. The fact that I'm so nervous kind of almost proves that. Many residents are against them. Number 2, they're not required by law. There's no legal reason for the RDCK to do them. Number 3, I encourage you to talk with legal counsel and ask them how repeated land acknowledgements could impact future land title disputes in court. From my research, it appears the land acknowledgements first appeared at the January 20th, 22 regular board meeting. I can find no evidence of any committee or board meeting where this is discussed, debated, or voted on. It could have happened, I just can't find it. The obligation of directors is to vote based on consultation with constituents, but also to not vote to damage the RDCK as a whole. I would like to ask you all, please consider bringing forward a motion to remove the land acknowledgements so the next board does not have to deal with this. There are only a few board meetings remaining before the next election. And just so you know, I researched section 90 sub 2 paragraph 3 of the BC Community Charter about in-camera or secret meetings, and debate on this should not be done in camera except for the possibility of discussion with legal counsel. Regardless of your personal feelings, this one should be an easy one. It creates division in the community, is not required by law, and may create unnecessary future risk for the RDCK. Hopefully I did that with respect because that was my intention. Please stop the division in the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Another member of the public, did you have any questions or did you want?
I don't.
Okay. Online I see Brenton, go ahead. Oh, Brent, we can't hear you. I see you're unmuted. No, we can't. Do you want to type something in chat? I can't hear you, so I'm not sure what you're saying, but I'm so sorry. You can email us. Sorry about that. Are there other members of the public or the media? Hi, Storm and Valley Voice, Rachel. If you guys would like to ask a question, feel free to unmute. Not seeing that. Brenton, you want to try again? Go ahead. We are not hearing you. So sorry. Okay, he disconnected. Oh no, there he is. No, sorry, Brenton. Okay, folks, we will take our lunch break. See you at 1.
What,
101 according to that. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Start every day.
Start everything when you
Somebody's in the room with all our computers here. Oh,
I even got that block, that one of the tire block for staff.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
I did gather that.
That's too.
Yes. Okay. Everybody good? We have a new director. Dr. Johnston.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay, we got Selznick, Munn, Hannah Graf, Casely. Anyone we're missing? We do have David off too. Oh, thank you. You put your name in. Awesome. Okay. Let's begin. We are at 5.2.1 wild site final report and proposal. So we do have a report. We have Todd in the room and we can start with a motion and or questions.
I'll move it.
Moved. Do we have a second? You're seconding it? Okay. And Vandenberg, that was a hand?
For conversation.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna, and Todd, how are you? Good. I'm gonna make an assumption that the 30,500 is in the 2026 budget, that it's not an additional request. I'm making that assumption. Now, this is something that Todd and I are friends with. A couple of years ago, I brought this up. This is a video series that is for the purpose of education for the benefit of some of our schools within the area. Sponsored by RDCK, but yet we don't know the content of the program. So a couple of years ago, Todd and I worked on trying to get an opportunity to see the video. Unsuccessful doing that. And so I'm kind of the opinion that perhaps we should, and I'm not going to make the motion now, but we should be referring this to a later date, like in October, whereby we have an opportunity to review some of the material that we have an RDCK stamp on, and perhaps ask some of the teachers that took advantage of the program to send us a letter and let us know what they thought about it, so that we could feel a lot more comfortable in knowing what the quality of the program is before we put taxpayer money on. So that's my opening thought on this this request.
Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, through the chair, just a comment on that. Kelly, I did send you those videos, and the contact at WildSite put quite a bit of effort into making, I can't remember if she took them and put them more available on YouTube, and I remember that conversation died off and I wondered what had happened on your end. So maybe my responses didn't get to you, but I did actually even follow it up. So they were quite transparent in delivering. I think you were interested in the energy stuff, and it was provided, and I can provide it to everybody. And to that also, I was actually hoping to get Monica Nissen, who's the Nelson coordinator of the program on behalf of WildSite for Beyond Recycling. She's doing training right now because I was hoping to get a delegation, but we can certainly also bring in a delegation for everybody to discuss, because the program's gone through a lot of evolutions and changes over the last 3 to 4 years, especially when they lost their Columbia Basin Trust funding. All of that is available, and I can probably fairly quickly get those videos for anybody who wants to have a link at them and have a look at them.
If I may supplemental, thank you for that. Yes, August 2025 was the last conversation we had. And something happened. I didn't get that link, but that's not the point. The point is they're probably marvelous, but I think anybody in this room ought to have the opportunity to take a look at it to make sure they feel comfortable with that investment. And certainly I'd like to hear back, offer to the teachers to let us know what they thought of the program.
Uli, go ahead.
In regards to the director's concern, second part of the concern, teachers' feedback. We do receive feedback from teachers, not necessarily all of them, but we do receive feedback from teachers on the program, and any that we have seen so far were very positive.
I'll note so we can flag they can apply as delegation. That'd be a great thing to do. The other is the appendix A in the second part of the attachments includes the RDCK Beyond Recycling lessons. And there's links in that as well. But yes, Todd, if you can flag, they can apply to be a delegation and to do so sooner than later. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lockwood.
Thank you. Through the chair, my request is a little bit different. I think it's wonderful, this whole thing, although I'm not seeing that it's hitting the RDCK as a whole. Cascar twice last year, Crescent once, Nelson once, Winlaw once. This time it's Cascar is 5 times, Nelson's twice. What about the other communities? And I can say that some does pay into the service. So, how is it that the group can't coordinate when it's at the same school and it's the same grades, but maybe different teachers, that they're not doing it in a gym or something, that they're hitting that once and then they're able to go to something else? Because they show the number of students, but they don't show the amount of time on the chart. So I don't know how much time is being put into it, and I'm wondering, how do we make this that it's more available for more of the RDCK?
Thank you. Go. The chair. This is always feedback that we get on this with some of the, like, I don't think Salmo would be that difficult to achieve, but there's 2 programs. So there's the one in-person program. It's a year-long program where they're working directly where the teacher surrenders her class and the educator comes in person and does full days with the class, looking at a number of sustainability type issues, and a lot of them is direct RDCK messaging. And the challenge with that is they have a certain number of educators throughout the region, and there's some distances that where if they were, traveling, it was a 5-hour round trip or whatever from where they happen to live, that is an obstacle. So that's one of the factors that helped bring about the online program that they have to make it more accessible for places that are more out of reach. They have also been putting more energy into trying to hire educators in that have better accessibility. So Winlaw was a recent one where they have an educator in that place now, and that was one of the schools that got access, which would have been maybe a little harder to access in the past. The other thing is that this is based on teacher requests. So they try and promote their program and get the word out there. There is a fair bit of requirement on the teacher themselves. And I would say any teacher in Salmo that wanted to do the program, if they were having any challenges, I would love to hear from them myself. But I think, and then there's a certain amount of first come, first serve. So we only have a certain amount of funding for a certain amount of programs. I understand that Nelson and Calcigar are, when you look at the 2 programs, seem overrepresented. And that's probably a result of, having champion teachers that are willing to take this on. So that's just some background information on how the program works, but I don't think Selma would be that difficult of an area to access. So it might not be, they might not be getting their breaths. I don't know. These are, and I also just wanted to put in a little plug also. We also augment these sessions with landfill tours, and I've made myself available to groups that haven't necessarily made it into the program that year. But I'll go out and meet them in the Cusp, Creston, and Udishenya. I did 6 Udishenya tours that year. So there's also staff involvement with that too. And when I hear from a teacher like, I didn't get into beyond recycling, but I'd love to get out to the landfill and make it happen.
Thank you.
Hey, Jack. Thanks. Along the same line, it's really sort of, I appreciate the numbers we got about who is educated where, and some of it's pretty selective, more intensive, as you say, a year-long program, but we're seeing through the Beyond Recycling, 5 schools with 112 students at almost $39,000 versus the Future Makers, where we have buy-in from teachers, from educators at the school, 8 communities, 13 teachers, and 315 students for far less money. So I guess I'm okay with a contract extension now, whether it's 2 years or maybe only 1 year, but I think we maybe are at the point we need to make the transition to try and shift the Future Makers. If the schools believe this is part of a good core educational background for all students, then some teachers should be making themselves available at almost every school at a far lesser cost to the taxpayer. Augmented with the landfill groups or even a recycling depot tour, because I think that'll, fewer sessions with more impact, like an actual tour, and then maybe following up with, why did we do this at the landfill? Would be far more effective in sticking a young person's mind better than, oh, it's time for somebody to come in for lesson number 14 or 15. I think the value is going to be in the future makers. I'd like to see the transition planned within a year, if possible. The other side I have to wonder, because it just occurred to me, you said, well, the teacher surrenders a classroom. How does the administration and the teachers deal with that teacher? Is that time off for the teacher? Is that like, and this is presumptuous on my part. Are we, by educating a class through this taxpayer funded exercise, funding the teacher's prep time as opposed to the school district and administration funding that prep time? Because when you remove the students from the classroom, they have a full day times however many sessions a year. That's significant. I mean, I know schools that are just begging to have another FTE funded or 0.2 FTE funded. And we're relieving selective schools of the responsibility of that teacher having to teach a class. So there's a benefit to the school district that I'd like to understand. But the key message is, yeah, let's shift this to future makers. It's an educational thing. Let the Educational Institute bear the cost. And you guys are doing a great job by making our facility available for a tour. I'd like to see that happen over the next year, if possible.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just through the chair in response to that. I haven't been into the actual classroom when that learning is happening on school district turf. But what I have seen at the landfills is the teachers are usually there. And I think, and just a little bit of background further to that, I used to do this kind of work years ago, not through this program. It was a provincial program. And when you come into a classroom, you'll get all types of participation with teachers. Some are really keen and this is what they're doing, and others take it as an opportunity to get caught up on the marking. But I would not say that it's a subsidizing of the school district. The teacher has to have some skin in the game with this. They have to have some involvement with this to make it successful, whether it's classroom, even just basic classroom management, depending on how those students are. So I just don't think that's the reality. I think the teacher has to be involved. It would probably vary between, teacher to teacher, but I don't think they can just, oh, this is I get all this time off to do other things. I don't think it would work in that way. But I'm hearing what you're saying about the, with the value with the future makers.
Could I add something, Chief?
Yes.
As a service, we have made commitment and direction to staff to provide communication with the public and education to the public. This is part of this, and the key one, in my opinion, the earlier, the younger we can get the generation informed about what we are doing, the more successful, and it carries forward into the family. So for us, we see that as a fairly important program and part of our communication and education strategy. And if we are intent about this, and we have laid that out through our research recovery plan, this is a significant element in that effort.
Thanks, Julie. I am last on the list. I wanted to, Vanna Berkins, to come back for a second time. I'll come back to you in a moment. Two comments that I thought would be helpful to give to the proponents. You're going to ask them to come to the delegation, aimed for October roughly. But two of them are, I did notice that the online programming was also concentrated in the same schools that we're doing in person. And so it'd be great to ask to go to the areas that haven't received anything. I do know it's contingent on a teacher being interested, and teachers are less and less having that, we might call it spare time. I don't call it spare time to pick up what is an extracurricular for them in terms of their curriculum. But it would be great to see that online one being focused on the areas that are not getting any in person. Further to that, in terms of supports, I really appreciate Uli bringing up the resource recovery plan and the educational components we committed to. They're, I think, doing this at a great bang for buck in terms of education. It would be interesting to know, I don't need an answer on this right now, maybe it's just a suggestion to them that they work with the Youth Climate Corps. And really start engaging the other players in the field of youth and climate and impacts, especially when we have systems they can use as part of that conversation, such as the landfill or recycling. So that's just more feedback. I do support the motion. Also noting that it only went up very less than CPI, so I did know the increase was quite small, but appreciate it. Kelly on the motion. Sorry, Matt.
I didn't know that the motion was tabled, and that's fine. I guess I didn't understand, is this already in the budget or is this an extra ask? Is the question that I have, and I wouldn't be agreeable to a 1-year extension. I do like the idea of coming back to us in a year with the opportunity to assess future makers transition as part of the program. So that'd be my final comments on it. Is this already in the budget?
Through the chair, yes, it is. It is an ongoing program for close to probably over a decade already.
17.
Sorry?
17.
Since 17.
So 17 years.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so almost 2 decades. It is in the budget and has all along. We can bring it up as part of the budget discussion if that is the intent, or if it is about reviewing the program, we can invite one of the coordinators of that program to a future joint research recovery committee.
Good. Okay. All those in favor?
Well, sorry, what's the motion?
So motion is in your agenda. It was moved at the beginning, so that the board approved.
No, it was moved.
It was moved, it was seconded.
For 2
on the
years.
floor. Read the motion, it's as is.
No, I thought we were talking amendments and what have you.
No amendments were accepted. There was no amendments made. Are you good, Director? No, do you want me to read it?
No, I'm good. I just got lost track of exactly where we're at. No, I'm.
All those in favor?
I'd like to amend,
Really
just to
unfortunate.
remove, pardon me?
Go, yes.
Just to remove the optional 1-year extension. So I'm good with the 2-year commitment, but the removal of the 1-year extension.
I believe we have to offer that, don't we, for contracts? So the amendment is to remove a 1-year extension with a cost not to, or just the 1-year extension. That's your amendment?
Yes.
So that would be in 2029. Is there a second for that amendment? Amendment's on the floor. Discussion on the amendment.
Question.
Go ahead.
So just because the option for an amendment's there doesn't mean we have to extend or to extension. That would be a decision for the board in 2028 for the 2029 budget, so it doesn't matter either way.
I remove my amendment.
There we go, back to the beginning.
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay. Good, so the amendment was removed. And are you good? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Works Asset Management, we received a report as per direction from the All Rec Committee from Director Davidoff. Director Davidoff, do you have any questions? You can unmute Director Davidoff, go ahead. You're not unmuted in case you're speaking.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so is staff going to speak briefly to the report?
Nope, we have the report. You're good to go. Do you have a question?
Okay. Basically, I think the report's clear that this can't be done, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's clear.
Okay.
So maybe I'll make a motion in the future to get UBCM to look at reviewing that and possibly making it happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Any other questions? I went with Director Davidoff because he had requested this. I'm sorry I didn't look up before I did that. Any other questions on the report? Okay. Quarterly report. Any questions on the quarterly reports? Director Grant.
Just a comment through the chair that about the overall workload, we've got 128 total projects. 73 are on track, that's 57%, 33 are delayed, that's 26%, and 22 are not started, which is 17%. So this means that 55 projects, 43% are not progressing as planned, which I think just throws us back to Stuart's prioritizing how much we do need the prioritization matrix. And I still strongly suggest that we should have a workshop to review this and see if there really are any of these projects that could be removed or reduced. That's my comment.
Okay. Even if it's still.
Director Davidoff, your hand is still up. Is that for the quarterly report or is that just previous? Thank you. Lockwood, go ahead.
This is just a comment that, because I've sent it in to Mike, is that when you do look at the reports, that where it says the approving area, it's very confusing how it's all organized. So I'm not saying anything here. I've just put it forward that it would maybe make it more easier to read, that it actually says, when it says Salmo and area, I'm just using that it's Salmo Area G, or because one time it will say Kootenay Lake North, Kootenay Lake South. Like, what does that mean to people? Okay. So I'm just saying that I put that information forward to him.
Thank you. Okay, Vandenberg?
Just wondered, because we have talked about this, what is for the staff discretion? Where do you understand this to go? Is this matrix going to come to us as individuals? Is there thoughts?
We're not talking about the matrix right now.
Pardon me?
We're not talking about the matrix right now. We're talking about the quarterly report.
Right, thank you, I'm fine.
CIO will update us on that at that time and when he
right.
gets his report so we can ask questions then. Okay. Good. All right, Village of Nakusp, you have a fire protection agreement. We do have staff in the room. If you have any questions, are you ready to make your motion? Director Zelznick, over to you. Director Zelznick? Can you hear us, Director Zelznick?
Yes, sorry about that.
No problem.
Just going to get to the recommendation here. Oh, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's an Area K contract. I'm so sorry. I just saw Village of Nakusp.
Okay, I won't read the recommendation then.
You can second it if you'd like. Sorry, Director Weatherhead, my bad. Go ahead.
Thanks. Although weighted that the board authorized a 6-month extension to the existing fire service agreement from June 30th, 2026 to December 31st, 2026, with the Village of Nakusp to allow completion of negotiations for a new 5-year agreement, so on and so forth.
Do you second that, Director Zelznick?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Director Weatherhead. Discussion. You might go ahead.
Thanks. This is very general. This is the first of any of these extensions, so I just want to put it out there. I've seen 6-month and 12-month and whatever different lengths of time for multiple contracts. It's something's under negotiation. Can we at some point have a briefing? Because all this has for attachment is we're going to extend 6 months. I'd like to see a really crude draft of the future contract, which is going to affect what happened as number of contract. When can we see that? I'm getting anxious, to be honest, that we keep pushing and pushing down the road these contracts. Just any kind of a hint as to what the language might look like for the new template of this new contract that will apply to, Canyon, Lister, Window, Lakeview, Nakusp, et cetera, et cetera.
Dan, did you Either Dan or Stuart, whoever would like to.
Through the chair, I think the starting point would be that right now, the contract that's closest to completion is the City of Nelson contract for Area 80. And when that comes to the board, that will sort of form the basis for how we're gonna move to the next priority, which is the Creston area contracts to try to get them all on the same template as well. These ones are gonna be the next priority, but I assume that as we start moving these along, it should be easier because we'll have a good starting point from which to work from. But the City of Nelson one, which will come to the board, I'm not sure if, I don't want to speak out of turn, so I'll let Dan answer that one, and maybe Gabby's been working on it. But that'll be the first time that the board will get a chance to see the kind of template we're working on.
Dan, go ahead if you have any.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, same as CEO Horn, there are different reasons for each of the contracts why they're a little bit delayed. These ones in particular were only extended for 6 months. I only noticed it last month because I was in my role at the time. All the other contracts have been extended a year in order to give us a little bit more time to understand them and negotiate them. I'm still catching up into the agreements, so as soon as we have something, we'll be able to share something. What we're getting, and CEO Horn is right about the Nelson contract being one of the first ones. And I forget, it was somebody who was sitting here, but there was a director motion to have something come back with that in the fall, I believe. So it should be by the end of the year.
So, yes.
And I think through the chair, one of the things we've got to be mindful of is all of these contracts expire at the exact same time, which was the problem to begin with, is that we had 6 contracts come up on expiry, and we're trying to juggle that in a 6-month period to get them renewed, and that's why they've been kind of kicked down the road, not to mention the changes in leadership in the fire services department. So that's something that we're gonna have to watch when we renew them to try to stagnate them so we don't run into this again.
Okay, I just wanted, Director Zelznick, you're unmuted. Did you want to speak to this specific contract or just, are you good?
No, I was good. I was just ready if I had to say something. I was just unmuting.
Great. So you do have a motion that's specific to Nakasa contract. Is that what you're going to speak to?
No, it was just specific to contracts. The New Denver contract has expired a long time ago. Where are we at with that one? And that's through the chair to Dan Siglon.
Through the chair, the New Denver one was extended to the end of this year as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for Nakasa, are we all in favor? Three sweaters, yeah. Thank you very much. Anybody opposed? Okay, great, thank you. Fire protection, Village of Selma.
Okay, I'm gonna confuse you all now. And staff knows about this already, but I'm sorry, Angela, I didn't tell you. We did extend it at this board in November 2025 for 6 months. The Village's Selma Council extended it for a year. And then staff changed over in last year, so it didn't happen in those 6 months. So this is asking for a 12-year instead of 12 months. Instead of rescinding that last motion, I'm going to change this motion to read 6-month extension from July 1st to December 31st, 2026. Okay.
Okay, so it's a motion you're moving.
So the board authorized a 6-month extension to the existing fire service contract from July 1st to December 31st, and the rest is the same.
Okay, great. Second. Thank you, Graham. Discussion? Cunningham?
Thank you. With the previous contract for Area K, this reads almost the same, but the director for Area K moves that.
Doesn't matter.
It's just very curious, strange, but I'm used to it, that kind of thing.
Director Lockwood had an amendment, so instead of going through the amendment process. Okay. On the motion, do we have any questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Very good. Okay, 5.4.3. This is a Caslo agreement. I know you've been working very hard on it. I do not have my colleague from the Village of Caslo here, and I have quite a few questions. I know you got them. I would like to refer this to our shared services, just because Mayor Hewitt is not here.
Second referral.
Okay, I first just wanted to check in with Dan and Dan if that was okay. If there was any, I know time constraints are probably not there because I know you've been working on it for a while.
Yeah, through the chair, if that's what you wish to go with that.
It'll be August 17th.
That's no problem.
Okay, so I move referral to North Kootenay Lake Shared Services. Second, thank you. On referral, any questions, discussions? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Can I just note, Ange, that we will then hopefully get those motions at the board 2 days later, 3 days later. So just hold it a section. Okay, the next one, 5.4.4, also for Area D, Largo Valley Community Center. I move that the board approve the RDCK enter into a lease agreement with Largo Valley Community Center for the first responder vehicle.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. You guys are all good with this? Just checking in. I know they did the contract when I first saw it. I thought that's so strange. It's such a different contract, but it's their contract to us.
That's correct, yeah, and we went through our contract administrator, meets our requirements.
Okay, great. Thanks for doing that. Further discussions? Yes, kind of.
Yes, what is the amount of the contract? I'm sort of curious. The amount of the lease agreement.
I believe it was 2,500.
It's 2,400 a year, it's 2,400 a year. If we approve it now, then it will be 1,200 the rest of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Through the new Area D first responder service.
I had a question. This refers to 10 years. I know some of the others were 1 year and 5 renewals, but might have been 6. Is this should this read 5 years?
Through the chair, it should. We can't enter in a contract longer than 5 years.
And the one that's referred, it also has 1 year plus 5 years, up to 5 renewals. So when you read it.
It's part of the reason that why I referred it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But this particular one, I would propose to move it to 5 years.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment. And you got that? Thank you. Thanks for touching that. Further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, we have a financial plan amendment for fire services. Areas E and F. Who would like grant?
That one. It was a throwback to a ready grant that didn't work out, that they were approved to use it for another purpose.
Okay. Newell, do you second that? All right, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Wendell Lakeview Alternative Water Supply.
I'll move that recommendation.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Vandenberg. Discussion.
So question, there's an allowance every year to be moved. This was a little less than I calculated. Is there some could be from that contract we set aside this year, 2026, that was not accounted for in this?
For the chair, there would be, because we would pay that on August 1st.
Not paid yet, so that'd be a separate.
Yeah. For the chair, yeah, we probably get $8,000. Yeah. I'll take that.
Good with this for now, they'll be happy.
Okay, all those further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next one, I did speak to Nora. Hi, Nora, I see you there. So I am going to request that we actually refer this one as well to after the Area D community planning process. I've spoken to Nora. I understand what this is, but given we do have community planning in Area D, I would like to be able to check in with the community of Johnston's Landing. And also there is information BGC presented that suggested that we actually do some work to specify the hazard zone. So I'd just like some time to be able to do that through the community planning process. I know, Nora, you said you were okay with that. Is there anything you want to add or?
Through the chair, no, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. So then is the motion appropriate to say that we refer this to post the Area D community planning project? That works. Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. Discussion on referral. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Nora. Oh, and you're still here. 1 second. The Kootenay Lake landslide study. I received this email a few years ago, so it was interesting to see this. I didn't understand what was happening when they first reached out to me. Is there anything you want to add to this, Nora? Your report was thorough, but anything else?
Through the chair, I don't think so. I mean, it's still in a sense in its infancy. It would need NSERC funding approval to proceed, but I think it is important that the RDCK is aware of this study as it proceeds, so we understand whatever implications might come out of it.
Thank you. And Vandenberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Nora. Just for clarification, the report talks about a time or term over 5 years. So when we do, when it does come back to us for approval, I think maybe I wonder if the 5 years is quite generous. Perhaps it ought to be shorter terms for assessment purposes. Just a comment.
Through the chair, my understanding is that if this is in terms of, say, staff time commitment, that is something that could be discussed with the University of Calgary. So if, for example, the RD were seeking to withdraw or not participate, that could be something that could be discussed in the future. But the overall project duration is anticipated to be 5 years.
And we're just committing staff time to it in terms of our data and what we might consider, but not a project we are doing.
Well, I guess my concern, if I may, my concern is we don't know what the entirety of the scope's going to be. So how do we know, assess the, obviously there's some value there, but it's not specific. There is nothing, no report that says here's what the valuation is expected to be. But it's just simply, we'll give staff, we'll give RDCK staff 5 years to determine that. So I just want to make sure that we have check-in points.
So Nora, is it safe to say if it comes back as approved through the funding that they're seeking, that we would then get more information?
Through the chair at this time, like the expectation would be to attend 1 or 2 project planning meetings a year and remain apprised of the project as it proceeds, and be a conduit. Obviously, should the RD determine that's appropriate, but be a conduit for project outputs to potentially share them with community, so that when there is new information available potentially on landslide susceptibility, as the local authority, we're able to direct project partners to the right outputs to share that information.
Thank you. Director Cunningham, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Nora, you said University of Calgary?
Through the chair, that's correct. University of Calgary is the project lead.
Okay, and how do they get paid? Or how are they paid?
I don't know that Nora has that info.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, so we're putting in staff time, the main work is being done by the University of Calgary? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, through the chair, the project is being led by the University of Calgary. There are other project partners identified in the board report that will be providing technical expertise or data. But in the case of the RDCK, it will be a fairly limited involvement, but we'll ensure that we are apprised of this project as it proceeds and how outputs could inform landslide susceptibility in the RDCK.
Very good, thank you. I think that's an important thing to know. So in fact, our contribution is fairly small for the benefit that we as an area are getting out of it. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Was going to speak to first. INSERC is federal money to university grad students, oversight professors. We're using it on the geothermal. We get a couple $100,000 value. It's like the National Science and Innovation Research Council or whatever. They fund a lot of university level things that help locals do the science and analysis on projects like that geothermal. My question is on the 2027 5-year financial plan. We should expect to see line items for potentially communication plan, potentially whatever staff level participation in this 5-year program, and GIS data acquisition and installing or recording or putting the data into our system, because I don't think we're going to have mapping and data that we would not make publicly available in our mapping system. So hopefully in 2027 budget, we're going to see at least some initial projection of what those costs might be, because nothing is free, right? And whether or not then there's a portion of this major grant funding to pay for some of that, as opposed to us paying for it through property tax.
Good. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, there was no action out of that one. There's just for information. Thank you, Nora. Anything else from you, Nora? You good?
No, nothing else at this time, through the chair.
Thank you. 5.5.1 discretionary grants. Would someone like to move that? Thank you, Graham. Lockwood, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community development.
So moved.
Thank you, Graham and Lockwood again. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Nick Hudson, Area Pay Rec Commission, would like to make that.
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Woodward, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Sure.
Yes.
Could the CAO inform us as to whether August discretionary and community development grants can be granted in August?
Yes. August is the cutoff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And because I did ask staff about this, we will get because the what we received in community development wasn't in the most recent summary we got, so finance staff is going, and grants is going to provide that to us before the August board meeting, so we know what our actual balances are. I hope you guys were on that one, you knew that. Okay.
Thank you.
Chair and CAO report. CAO, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Through the chair, first thing I want to mention is that as was done before the last election, the city of Castlegar is hosting a pre-election workshop for people that are interested in local government office and may not have run before. So it's kind of what you're going to be doing in local government office 101. It probably will have a little bit more of a municipal lens for those that might know people that are looking to run in the rural areas, but it is open to anybody in the area. It is online as well. It is Tuesday, August 18th. I believe at 6 p.m., but it's posted on the city website. It's posted on the city's Facebook page. But if you do have people that are wondering what life is like in local government, it's a good place to start. So just for that.
Yes, Director Wood.
I just want to say I took that 8 years ago and it was super useful and it really actually broke. People went to that and then definitely people moved forward and some people were like, you know, that's not for me. So it was very, very useful.
And the second item I had was the prioritization matrix. I've never received such a broad spectrum of feedback on a document ever in my entire life. There were numerous directors who said it's perfect as it is, just leave it. There's other directors that said, we don't need this, why are we even bothering? And everything in between. So I honestly don't know where to go with this. So based on some of the feedback that I got, and then some of the comments that come out of the quarterly report, I actually think I might present a second option. I'll present some of the feedback in a report, probably in September, that shows just the breadth of it and some of the comments that were made. But I also want to present an option around beefing up the board report template. And the goal there would be not about prioritizing work, but about, do you want to do it or do you not want to do it? Because the prioritization matrix, to Director Graham's point, isn't going to solve the fact that 43% of the projects are either not started or stalled. It'll just be, the 43% will be different projects than they are now, because they're just going to be prioritized differently. So it's not going to change the workload. So that's what I'm going to do is I'm take a look at the board report, because some of the feedback that I got was about core service, discretionary work. Why are we doing this? It wasn't, where does this sit on the priority list? It was, why are we doing it at all? So those are the options that I'm going to bring back in September. And the reason it's September is because as of the end of the day today, I am off for 3 weeks. And I'll send you an email on coverage and things like that. So that's it for me.
Lockwood.
I just want to say, wow, you got that much feedback.
Yeah.
And all the other things that we sit here and debate on multiple times, and we get 1 to 6 people feedback. So congratulations.
It's a hot topic.
It's a hot topic.
Other questions for the CAO? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
And just to the chair, one more thing that Andrew reminded me of, our general election webpage is up, so all the information that candidates might need through the regional district is available on our website now. Oh, and election workers. If you know anybody who wants to work a poll, send them our way to the RDCK website, and they can sign up to be an election or election worker rather.
And I believe they should not be a candidate at the same time.
That would help.
Okay. Rural Affairs Committee, Jack.
There are a lot of these. I'm gonna try and block some of them, see how it goes. So, as usual, we, the Rural Affairs Committee, delegated authority to receive delegations on land use issues, whether it's applications or things taking action because of what land user is doing. Yesterday, we had delegations on item 7.3, Traxel, 7.5, Bachelor, 7.6, Lukianoff, and 7.7, Hushcroft. Lukianoff, I'll get that. So I would like to move most of these as blocks. The first two, items 1 and 2, electoral areas B and C respectively, are building bylaw contraventions where we're directing corporate officer to file notice on title as described. I'd like to move those as a block.
So items 1 and 2 as a block, seconded Vandenberg, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
It's such a risk of gonna miss something here. So
three
the
now.
next 4 items, items 3, 4, 5, and 6. All 4 are recommendations to approve development variance permits. They are respectively in areas B, F, and 2 of them in electoral area I. I'd like to move all 4 of those items as a block as described on the agenda.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. It's on the floor, further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
5 and 6. Okay, couple maybe move separately. The 7th item, electoral area B, is a non-farm use in the VLR application, Hushcroft. The recommendation is the board supports the non-farm use in ALR as described. To move that one.
And Tierney, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next one, item 8 in the agenda is a agricultural land commission referral where they come to us to comment on something. I will move that the board support the application for a proposed subdivision in the ALR as described.
For a second. Thank you, Tierney. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Number 9 is again somewhat unique. It is electoral area F. It is a site-specific floodplain exemption. Owner is Myron. And I move that the board approve the site-specific exemption to reduce the required setback to Crystal Creek from 15 meters and the natural boundary to 7 meters as described in the agenda.
Second, Newell, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Next 2 can be moved as a block. They're essentially the same item, but Director Cunningham will not second them. This is a land use amendment bylaw, an environmental development permit area, EPA, elected enforcement bylaw, electoral area G. First motion, these are both all votes, sorry. First motion is to move first and second readings and refer to public hearing. The second motion in the block is to appoint electoral area G Director Hans Cunningham as delegated authority to chair the public hearing.
I'll move the first.
They're moved as a block, so I'm gonna take Lockwood as a second. Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
If it were to come to pass that the public hearing could not be for various reasons till after the election, do you have to re-vote on something like this? Anyway, never mind.
We can cross that bridge if it occurs.
Never mind.
Now, these are 3 readings of bylaws and CEO. Do we have to read them separately? Bylaws as opposed to a block. There's only 4.
No, I think you can block those through the chair.
Did you third reading on a bylaw?
Adoption would have to be separate, but I think 3 readings could be blocked.
I think so.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So there's 4 of them. Did I say 3? Okay, so items number Chairman, pages here. 12, 13, 14, 15. Sorry, items 12, 13, 14, 15. And 16 as a block. So these are all land use amendments for zoning and or comprehensive land use bylaw amendments, text amendments. We get 3 readings in each of areas A, B, C, D, and I as indicated on the agenda.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Vandenberg. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
So.
You more,
the
keep going.
next ones are all community works applications. So this is items 17 through 24. Make sure I'm on the right numbers here.
Missed one. Oh, did I? I just touched.
You did.
The corner of my computer as I shuffle the pages.
12 to 24.
No, 12.
No, sorry.
17.
17.
They are all community works funds applications as a block.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Newell, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And we finished that meeting with almost an hour to spare yesterday.
Did we really? Okay. 7.1, Dr. Vandenberg, you have a motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. All vote that the board send a letter of support to the West Crescent Community Hall Society for their fundraising efforts towards the completion of the West Crescent Community Fire Hall project.
Second Tierney, thank you. Discussion? All those, Newell?
Do we?
Do we what? Support?
Support.
Well, if you vote in favor, you do.
No, but through time, I know it's been complicated and this and that, but we basically continue to support the concept.
I think there's been about 700,000 in funding we've provided, so I think for sure we support it.
Just
Plus the time and effort of and staff.
Staff, thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Just a good question though, Bill. Are we writing a letter? Do we support it? Director Cunningham, 7.2.
Yes, okay, I propose the following resolution. That S 215 Selma Wellness Center, $10,000 be withheld pending receipt of a report similar to that required by S 113 and S 192. That being the regional district requirements plus a strat plan, because I have not received one in over 10 years.
You're adding a strat plan?
Yes, yes, just, I thought I'd elucidate, because tell why we're out pending, or being held. Pending receipt, and that being the regional district requirements, plus the requirement for a stat plan to find out what's happening with the money.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you. I do have a question. The requirements being added to this are beyond what staff would be doing, so who will be tracking this? Generally be the director. Will you be
Yes, the
tracking this?
director will definitely track it.
Fabulous. Okay, that was my question. Sorry, and I went right first. Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like everybody to know that the Salmo Wellness Center was built for Salmo and area residents, and there's 3 doctors. A lot of fight to be able to get 3 doctors in there. Not a lot of conversation from area G, and the $10,000 goes towards keeping that building going, which is a brand new building in 08. And it is to be able to support continuing doing that. And if this is going to happen, I'm not sure how you make a strat plan for a clinic. Because the clinic is to take care of people. Which is, do we go back to them and say, yeah, no more area G residents come to the clinic until this gets solved? Like this is, I can show you that the reason that it was dealt with over the Chamber of Commerce, because that's what's in the motion, and the Salmo and Area Museum Society was not just for them, was for the Salmo Public Library, that Director Cunningham sits on that and knows how well that they tell people what they do, where their money goes, that is taxation, and how they support the community, the whole valley as a whole. And so to make everybody in Samo and Area G acceptance of where their money is going, their taxation that is asked continuously by Samo and Area G residents to myself and my council, not sure if it's to Director Cunningham, want that fiscal responsibility and want to know where the money is going. And so I have, if anybody would like to see what was presented from the museum, which Weimar Museum has not ever, they don't answer the phone for even the RDCK staff. They have reached out multiple times. There's been no response. Money just goes to them. Nobody knows for what. Even Area G residents don't know. So I would like, I'm looking for support of how do we ask the Samo Wellness Center, a clinic, for a strat plan?
I can't answer that, but it sounds like you two need to meet and have a conversation outside of this board table because you're trying to resolve things by putting requirements on each other's grants, and it's not appropriate, honestly. Us solving that for you is very difficult given we don't have those nuances. We're only gonna get what we get here for a few moments. So I would say you refer this, you two meet and figure it out. That would be my recommendation.
January's board meeting, January 2027 board meeting.
Well, that, is there a second on referral? Cunningham wants to speak.
I'll second it.
Yes, thank you. The Chair, there was a reason for the request for the strat plan, because when we did the clinic originally, and I know the mayor was not a member of the committee then, the thing was that we also talked about future progress, because the clinic is really quite basic, and we wish to move the ambulance, there's probably enough land there to move the ambulance bay next to the clinic, so that the ambulance attendants would be in a, it would be a combined thing. And that was something the community thought was a really good idea at the time, but we didn't get the funding from the provincial government. And I would certainly like to know if those kinds of things are still in the plans. That's the reason for the request for a strat plan. That's all. I do have a reason.
I recommend referral. We're not working this out at this table right here. This is well beyond.
I did second referral, so I don't know if there's discussion. As soon as he put it, I said second.
I know we held it because Cunningham wanted to speak, so go back to your referral, Director Newell.
Yes, I'd like to move referral, and usually with referral, we give a specific date. And with the election, everything's more complicated this year, and I thought the new directors could work it out, because we're already through this year, just about. So, and probably it's already been paid, because everything's paid in August. So I suggest that this motion be referred to the January meeting, 2027.
Refer to January 2027. Is there a second?
I seconded.
Okay. So on the referral, not the details, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Is it necessary? If it's about this, then no.
Very quickly, so the board knows, is that we are working with the ambulance to actually
Okay, great.
help
That's
them.
not what we're asking you for right
Nope.
now. You guys can work that out. I'm not looking for us to get into details. That was the whole point. Go and meet together. Director Graham, rank development at Morning Mountain. This was, sorry, not the right place, but it landed there because we didn't have correspondence. So go ahead and move the motion.
Yeah, I just want to move this to the Nelson Samo EFT Parks Commission.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? I know it's actually already on your agenda, but we received the letter as chair, so I discussed with Graham. She was also in the letter. Move it there. You guys will talk about it. Good to go. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for information on the consent agenda. Is there anything in 8.1 that would like to be pulled? What would you like to pull?
8.1.5.
Okay, that's Jeffin. Yeah, okay, we're not there yet, but thank you. Anything else on 8.1 to be pulled for discussion? Okay, FYI, before you get into it, I have about 5 emails and a good novel with Tom Dewell on this one. Go ahead.
This is just question on the minutes and not the content of what they're discussing. So lots of other questions there. The minutes indicate there's a Steve Morrison representing RDKB Village of Warfield on the building.
I didn't see that.
So I don't know if this is just something that's been, how many meetings have they had and how many times have I read this? But if Tom or somebody could please go back to their chair, who I believe is Councillor Leuchtenberg. That's kind of disrespectful.
Thank you. 8.1.5. I'm gonna opt not to get into everything I discussed with Tom Toole, but note the terms of reference for this committee to be reviewed. Number one. Number two, we anticipate BC Transit presenting to the West Transit Committee, which is our governing committee. And I'll just leave it there. Sorry, Tom, I know we had a ton to talk. We're not gonna talk about it right now. We're good. Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Thank you. I was eating.
Way easier than your emails. I haven't read them all, but thank you.
Oh, you think so?
8.2, we do know Director Davidoff, you likely want to pull 8.2.3. And does anyone want to pull 2.1 or 2.2? Okay, so Director Davidoff, do you want to pull 8.2.3? Give him a minute because he's on the landline. All right, moving on. Accounts payable, any questions, Graham?
Thank you. Just one, I noticed that the employees and directors report was just completely missing. So I didn't know, is that an oversight? Are we changing the AP? Because there was always a page that had employees and directors, and I used to always look at that. It would have been page 11 on the June AP report, and it's just completely missing from the July one.
Through the chair, I don't know. I'd have to ask Yev.
Is he up there?
At the end of the desk.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Director Graham, for bringing that up. I don't have an answer right now. I will go back to AP, and if we need to amend the report, we'll bring it to the August board meeting.
Good. Don't go anywhere yet. Jackman has a question. Go ahead, Jackman.
Yeah, I try not to do this, but there were 19 payments to the city of Nanaimo totaling 6,600 and change. Is that a leftover from consulting from their people for, and we did the organics? There's also another repeat one, Riverside Farm got 6 payments totaling almost $12,000.
Yeah,
So I'm curious if these contracts.
Yeah, through the chair, Riverside Farm, that's a local contractor who does all of our outdoor maintenance here at head office, as well as all of our bus shelters.
Okay.
Nanaimo, yeah, but I don't want to speak out of turn. Do you remember that one offhand? I know that it's been asked before. I feel like it's something to do with fire services.
Go ahead, yeah.
Sorry, through the chair. No, I don't have a concrete answer on that right now.
Yeah, through the chair. I do think the Nanaimo's fire training, I think it's the testing they provide evaluators for our fire services departments.
Yeah, no. Sorry. Okay, any other questions on, you have a question on accounts payable, Director Davidoff?
Chair, I missed the 8.3 poll because I was pushing buttons and I wasn't getting through to you.
Okay, so no questions on accounts payable. I'm just going to finish that item.
Yeah, no questions on accounts payable, just on the polling that one item.
Okay, we will go back in time then. 8.2.3, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Given what we heard today, that it's extremely important to have the LG cap funding continue. We've had it for 10 years. The provincial government hasn't said no, but it's not in their projections, and municipalities from all over the province are writing. I would strongly, I can make a motion to write a letter to the provincial government supporting the.
Just do it.
Okay, motion to write a letter to the province supporting the continuation of the LG CAP funding program.
Perfect. Seconded by Newell. Discussion. I think it's pretty straightforward. We got quite a few templates on that one because we've seen a few. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's carried, Director Davidoff. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, 8.4 Director's Report. So we were doing the 10 and 10. So last month we did this side of the table, right? This month it's this side of the table. So we will take 10 reports. You are still limited to 2 minutes. It's not 4 minutes because you didn't speak last month. We've always skipped months. It's 2 minutes. The whole point of doing half is so that we're not taking up an hour and 40 minutes for these. So with that, I'm going to put you on the spot, Director Gordon. Nothing to report? Nothing to report. There's quiet in Silverton. We're good. You're good. Okay. I did check. You have no fires right now. We're all good.
We're good.
Two that occurred are out, so we're good. Director Tierney.
The only thing I'll say today is thank you to staff for reacting to questions from the public in regards to the watering meter program and getting right on it and calling a public meeting for Monday night and give the residents a chance to ask their questions rather than the rumors that are flying around. So thank you, Uli.
We'll pass it on. Thank you, Director Tierney. That's Hewitt. Hewitt's not here. She's not online. Dumas.
Yeah, thank you. I will just talk about Taste of Preston was our event that we had put on Canada Day. And the little bit of background of that is we are no longer doing fireworks. That's a long story. We're not going to talk about that. But we started asking the question of what could we do instead of fireworks. And in that time that we were having those discussions, I had a conversation with one of my friends from Yakinuki and talking about Canada Day, and she had made it clear that Canada Day is something that they don't celebrate, and it's actually kind of a pain point. And so the question turned to, well, what can we do that everyone in our community would feel welcome and feel want to come and celebrate? And so that was last year. We started the Tannual. You want anything done? You want anything done? You partner with Tannual. So last year we did our first one, sold out of food, and then this year we partnered with the College of the Rockies, with Jessica Pitchinen from the Chamber of Commerce, and also Seaball, and of course the Food Hub, the Tannual, and we had kids entertainment, and we sold more than 600 taster tickets. The Millennium Park was packed. It was a great success. So thank you to the RDCK for your support. And it was, and we also offered free tickets to the academic community, and we had over 20 community members attend, and they were very grateful. So yeah, so it's great. Thanks.
What was their cherry juicing machine project there? For me, I've been away a bit and this and that, so what I thought I'd just highlight the Community Works grant for the North Shore Fire Hall. We have a relatively new chief there, Colton Prezel. I think we've introduced it X number of meetings ago. He's doing a really good job of outreach to the community, upgrading the fire hall. And so it's a thumbs up to Colton, and also a thumbs up to being able to use Community Works funds for fire halls. It's a game changer for sure.
I am going to pass. I'm actually going to leave the meeting on a really bad back pain.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So it's just, didn't want to interrupt the meeting.
Okay. Yeah, better.
Thank you.
Am I over there?
Well, who usually sits beside you, Weatherhead?
That's
good.
David off.
David off. Director David off, do you want to give a report?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, just doing a -9 or start. Okay, so again, I said yesterday at the Rural Affairs Committee meeting, it's so heartening to see farming continued and land being utilized by multiple generations. And I think that's the first one I saw with 5 generations on one parcel of land, and everyone trying to work and live together and farm. And I know we've got a couple of more coming. The applications are complicated. Staff has been working really hard on making, kind of showing us a path to making stuff happen, plus pointing out to the board the concerns which we fully expect staff to do. Also, community works grant funding. Director Newell mentioned the fire hall. With the addition, now we can do fire trucks and now wildland vehicle trucks and apparatus. Those are godsends to us. That really helps out a lot. So just want to thank staff. I know there's a lot of pressure on staff right now with the election coming up, and everybody wants to get things done as quickly as possible. So just thank staff for all that you've done for all of us, and particularly for Area I. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Okay.
Jackman guy might have been over there.
Oh, is that where you are? But you're here today, so you don't get to record. Go ahead. Let me just put the timer on for 1 minute.
1 minute.
Go ahead.
Everybody reads all the reports we submit, including Aiden's, which, wow. Notes. And I gotta ask him, what is a capital stack fundamental? Anyway, 3 things I wanted to point out that have kind of crisscrossed. In our regional connectivity committee, there's lots of conversation about the future or with orbits. I noted with great interest at FCM Rogers. To me, they did an infomercial all about Rogers, and I would have liked a little more out of it than what I got. But they're leaning heavy into low Earth orbit, connecting through a satellite network to ground stations and fiber, but it's all going to be 5G based, it sounds like. And that'll align with the 911 text messages that's coming, plus eventually voice through cellular satellite connection. And I think we got to start worrying about the 3rd and 4th generation phones that are going to be left behind, because the old cell towers are being sold off to third-party entities who may or may not have the throughput that we're used to. And I'm finding it harder, my antiquated 4G now phone, to make a connection. So something I want to bring up through regional connectivity a little more. I enjoyed the offsite construction sessions at both AKBLG and FCM, and I noticed Director Hewitt, give a little shout out to talk to that Jackman guy in her report. It's decades that they've been doing this in Europe. I've been doing my continuing education for professional development by taking courses from Europe, which qualify. It's amazing. They will block off one block and an empty site, and a week later they assemble a building and they drive away. All they need to do is tick, 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 connect everything together. We have huge potential there. And I was really happy that the building inspector types who were at the FCM were saying, yeah, we've got this. We understand these aren't little trailer modules. These aren't this, these aren't that. They're fully certified, factory inspected. Don't obstruct them, let them happen. We can get 4 or 5-story buildings erected in no time. The third one really struck me at the FCM was the last keynote, talking about know your community assets, physical assets, your human assets, and write it down. We've had an Area A project for years where we had 500 data points of who we have providing service, who we have with other skills, who we have, what we have in terms of beaches, community halls, whatever. We wrote it down, we cleaned it, got it down to 300 data points. The message from that little community in the East Coast is we should all understand our assets, including our community champions, our volunteers. Write it down and share it with your neighbors. Anyway, that was, I thought, quite powerful. The groups that are doing this now are I'm out of time, aren't I?
Oh, yeah.
They're the marketing, the tourism marketing, destination marketing organizations. They're starting these lists of what have we got? Because people want to put on festivals, want to do this, want to do that. I thought that was one of the best speeches we had at FC.
Good stuff. Thank you. I did love how Director Hewitt shouted out to you, and I was like, "Whoa, he's going to talk about that."
I am.
Good job. Thank you. Director Grant.
Thank you. So we had a successful Balfour Days on July the 4th, and so I really want to thank the Balfour Recreation Commission and the Balfour Fire Service and all the volunteers who made that event very successful and fun. And we have a farmers market every Sunday from 9 to noon at Sunshine Bay Park. If anybody wants to come out, it's very cute. Sadly, we had a report, since I've been talking about homeless encampments, we had a new report of a homeless encampment near Balfour on one of the forest roads where they have been previously, but we had only dealt with cleanups, and now we were dealing with a different issue that was brought forward by a resident. But what I learned is that in addition to the residents filling out the RAP report for Crown Land report, all poachers and polluters, that they should also complete the RDCK bylaw complaint form. This allows the RDCK staff to track this kind of thing. So that was something new that I would have been wanting to share with all of you in case you have this happen. Tomorrow is my newsletter, Tom and I, our newsletter 190. And for the last several weeks, we've been writing about understanding the RDCK as one of our articles. So we've covered rec services, general admin, rural affairs, and tomorrow we have a resource recovery article going out that Tom and Uli both looked over because I don't go to all those meetings and I wanted to make sure it's okay. And I will not be here next month. Josh Snake will be here. I'll be away. So I only have 2 more meetings left. Who's counting?
Okay, so the next month we'll start this side. And I'll arm wrestle with Aiden over who gets to do this month. Okay, so now we are going to move, we're gonna take a motion to close the meeting to the public. Thank you, Woodward. Thank you, Newell. Discussion. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Motion to recess open meeting. Thank you, thank you. Discussion. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Director Davidoff, I see your hand up.
Yeah, do I stay on the same number, Chair, and will that give me access to the in-camera meeting?
Yes, it should, and we'll forgive you for not having a camera on for this one.
Thank you.
No problem. Director Zelznick, we do need to have your camera turned on for in-camera, and then observer CP, if you can sign off. And Director Popoff, either turn on your camera or sign off. So,
Push my line. Wheels.
so just give it a few minutes. Thank you, Director Selznick. So when we go in camera, we do ask that you keep your camera on.